Good morning, good afternoon. Happy New Year to you. How come that's- Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Here's hoping that you're doing well and healthy and wealthy and wise and all that kind of good stuff. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator, and I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and many blessings from the universe. And a different camera's on me tonight that I'm trying to adjust. Anyway, so and the hat just I feel like an old miner. Hey Barry again. Hey Chloe. Happy New Year to you alls. Here these after Christmas and just I'm always reflecting on things. Not necessarily am I trying to, oh, well, this brings me down or no, just, it's like, at my age, hey, Richard, Happy New Year. Of course, you've been in the new year for a couple hours now, haven't you? So we're just catching up with you. But, I, I know it's not 20, it's, 12:30. So, but I got this thing loaded up and ready for bear. So, I wanted to share a New Year's with y'all. And also in that, 2024 started out not too bad, right? And it ended up like a piece of tartar. And so, but there's a bunch of folks that feel different about this year. There's something different in the air. I mean, just literally. Now, I was trying to spoke to this person about timelines, and I said, when Trump got shot in the ear and he didn't die, that changed timelines, and they were like, "Oh, that was all fake," and all that. And I was like, "Holy Jesus!" But my point, though, is that something else was supposed to happen then, and what happened is that we're on a different timeline, and so there's a lot of confusion and chaos because the folks who thought that they was in charge with stuff, that they've lost control of the situation. And you go, well, Dave, well, wait a minute now, but it's the truth, and so a lot of folks are going to have to face the truth this year. A lot of different truths, like we've been telling the truth about stuff for years now. All the strikes against my channel should all come back because they locked down my videos about stuff that actually what I talked about was true. So so YouTube was in the wrong about that, but I seriously doubt that they will retract it or send me an apology letter, about that. So, but here we are in 2025. Oh my God, it's so weird to say that. 2024 was bad enough, but 2025, oh my God, we came with it's another year. Holy mackerel. But we've got new chances. Now, Trump is not the savior. Trump is the leader we got to fulfill like the cards that I pulled tonight, Bieber card. We got to build the dam. We got to build a structure. We are the team. We are the ones that are going to gather the mud. We're going to gather the sticks. We're going to put it in. Some folks work underwater better. We're going to build a structure. And it's through leadership with the man that's going to allow us to do it. Okay. He ain't going to do it, but it's the allowance thereof. It's the opportunity to do it. Okay. So in this new year, how many people feel like they are going to have the opportunity to do great things, whatever they may be? Get a better job, get a raise, to move into a different office, but whatever it might be, you're going to try to upgrade in some way. Not not to be a millionaire, you're just going to upgrade. Maybe it's nothing more than a paint job in the office or in the house or in the kitchen, or it's just it's an upgrade. You feel good about it, so you go down to the store and God, I can't believe how much paint costs these days. But you go down to the store and you buy a gallon or two of paint. It's going to cost you. You'll have to assign a lease for your soul for the price of paint. But anyway, so you get some paint, you paint up, you make it look fresh. It smells different, smells new, and it gives you, a sense of accomplishment, right? So in this new year, we need to, as the cards I pulled tonight, Bat was there, and Bat is rebirth, so we're getting rid of the old year and we're given this opportunity of rebirth for this year to start over, to give it new light, to give it new breath, so we have the opportunity to do that, right? So here we go. So, but what do we do? Is it up to me? No, but it is. I can't change the world, but I can be a part of it, right? I can be a positive change in that I want to have a discussion and say, hey, look, everybody, we've got an opportunity to do some cool things this year. Let's see if we can't work on it, because we're going to be given more opportunities to do cool stuff than we were beforehand, where no. So so there. It's 12:44. I missed the 20 by 20. So, and listening around, um, well, thank you, Richard. I look well. Yeah, but I had another test at the hospital yesterday. They call it a tilt table test, and it was really strange. Um, but I kind of sort of passed in that um, they take your pulse and your blood pressure, and while they have you stand up, and they strap you to a table so you don't fall forward. It's a really strange feeling. But then 10 minutes into this, they give you a nitroglycerin. So when the nitro will make you fall over. So you're strapped to this table, standing up, and then they check your blood pressure and everything. And when they lay you back down, it's to simulate doing stress. So like if you Hey, Miss Sheila, how you doing? Happy New Year to you too. Oh, listen, sweetie, I got a bunch of fireworks, and I was thinking about going up to the top of the driveway and hollering out real loud, for folks to come out, and I'm going to shoot off fireworks off the road so all the neighbors could see them. I got a boatload of them, honey. I got like about 45 mortars, Nyum. I spent $180 on fireworks. So I got a bunch of bang bang boom booms, and some of these things are pretty, boy. Ooh. But anyway, but with the me pulling the cards tonight, I'm sitting here thinking is like, I'll be doggone that those cards were just right on the money as far as what we want to look forward to in the future. And also, you know, um, something to bring up here is that these cards are not, it's not fortune telling. Okay. Somebody asked me at some point and said, well, they're like tarot cards. No, these cards are not to tell the future. Okay. It's to give us um, inklings of the present. It's to show it what the present situation is. So, if you pull the beaver card, and you say, well, here's your present situation. And we just turned into the new year. So, then we all want to work together on projects. And so Beaver is the builder, and then the next one. And then, and they're all correlated. So, in this new year, you want to build a relationship, you want to build a home, you want to build a business, you want to build up your spiritual, you want to, build something, be creative, right? So what's wrong with that? But it's not telling the future, okay? It's giving a suggestion of to this is the situation. So, and if you will use your skills as a builder, they ain't telling you what to do, and ain't saying what's going to happen. But if you use those talents, you can build your dreams. Okay. And with the bat card, which is rebirth, we got to get rid of 2024 and focus on 2025. That's a good card. Let's focus on the next, on the future. Get rid of the past. Rebirth. First of the year. And, so I'm like, whoa, man, that's really heavy to get those cards the way we got them, and in the lineup that they came out. So and turkey's the giveaway. So it's that it's not that we give everything away, but if we have absolutely more than we need, then we share. So, and if we're working together on projects and we can share with others, that's turkey and that's the giveaway. There ain't nothing wrong with that one. And it's nothing has nothing to do with telling the future, right? It has to do with here's the situation, you know. But it's always up to us as to what we're going to do about it, right? So, but the cards are never. It's never about fortune telling, but it's always about giving information as to what is possible. But it's up to us. I noticed before everyone else did I think happened. What happened a week ago? Richard, we've had some fog here this last couple of days that have been hanging around, but down here in South Georgia, it has a tendency to set in about this time of year. But I was noticing folks are having an issue with that fog. I'm glad I didn't go out and go running through it. Maybe I should just to see what the fog is, because looking up the hill through the window. I'm like, man, that's a lot of fog, because I can usually see their outside utility light, and it was, bunch of fog. So, was not normal as well. It was over the UK for about a week. Man, that sucks. Well, Richard, y'all get a fair amount of fog anyway over there, right? Because of conditions. Yeah, right. Y'all seen a lot of fog, right? I don't know if I should go out and run around in it or not. It was a ritual night. Yeah, what just happened? I don't remember. Some bad guy night of alignments. Yeah, and I wonder how it got in the air. We've had some um, nighttime spraying going on here, but at the same time, it's been cloudy. It's just been overcast because of the warm weather from the Gulf and the cold weather coming in, and it sets up every year. It sets up these foggy conditions. So I wasn't necessarily, wondering about what was in the fog, but now that there are folks who are, talking about it, I will pay more attention to the fog. But I haven't been able to make certain observations because we've had a lot of overcast, not fog, overcast. Sure enough, up there, overcast, can't see the stars. And one of the things I was going to mention is that I haven't done an earth wobble in a while, right? And I usually talk about what's going on and where the stars are and all that kind of stuff. But one thing I got to say for this year, for the last months, at least since September, since we've moved into fall, and I've been able to keep an eye on Orion and all the other, and those constellations with Pleiades coming up and everything. I gotta say that if anything, the stars are a little too high in the sky. But the fact that they are not wobbling like they Orion's been coming up pretty straight every night that I can observe it. So the reason I haven't done an earth wobble is because I haven't seen much evidence that the earth is wobbling like it was. Now there's still been a couple of days where Orion's up over the house, and then 2 days later it's I can see it through the window here. We've moved, right? So but those incidents have slowed down, and the amount of arc, from being overhead to down here has changed. So where it was like 15 degrees of wobble, now it's only 5 to 10 degrees of wobble, which is a whole lot. i- It's uh, it's a lot easier to miss it because it isn't so grandiose in the motion, right? So, but I gotta say, the planet has been fairly stable as far as the wobble goes. Now, what does that mean about everything else? Not a clue, other than what was really the drunken sailor has sobered up, you know? Now, I know we got a bunch of energies coming still from off of the sun, and there's some big players coming. And I'll tell you what, whether or not you believe it or not, the EMP deal that they keep talking about may not be from a nuclear weapon or a bomb. The EMP attack might be from the sun. Okay. Now, I firmly believe that the ET folks have the ability to set off flares from the sun. Okay. They know how to trigger them suckers. All right. So could they trigger a flare at the right time and something and, wait for the sun to turn around to get just right, trigger it, and then the flare goes blip and throws off something, and the earth's got to be in the right spot because it takes a about 2 days for them to get here, so that we could see it's on the way. And oh my God, it's a killer shot. Oh my God, we're all gonna die. Oh my God, we're gonna. So I'm not worried about Russia doing it. Maybe Iran or somebody, but I'm more worried about the sun having a thing come off of it because there's been a lot of them lately. Okay. And if one of these solar flares is just powerful enough, and we had one about a month ago that was strong enough and it just grazed us. So, I would be more concerned, and there's supposed to be a lot of activity still in 2025 from out yonder kind of stuff. All right. And also, it would be easy for ET to throw rocks at us. Okay. I was listening to a couple of podcasts here recently, and they were talking about, well, I'm not worried about war with China. I'm more worried about asteroids and I'm more worried about, and it's like, okay, but should we be worried about any of it, actually? But we do need to be cautious. It's like when you're walking in the woods, you should always be aware that snakes live there in most forests, a lot of forests, okay? You gotta watch out for the snakes. Are you going to get bit by one? Only if you step on it. Hey, Lucky, how you doing? Have I said hi to everybody? I think. Greetings, everybody, and blessings for this new year. I will continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that's in the universe. So, but what should we worry about this upcoming year? Well, is ET going to invade us? Well, there's been some really good heavy evidence that there have been some meteors, some rocks aimed at us because these things have changed direction. So, meteors and those kinds of things don't change direction on their own. So, and the scientists don't want to say nothing because these big rocks are changing direction on their own. Well, maybe not on their own. Hey, Katniss, I got your email. Happy New Year to you. So in this new year and any future events. So, but if these folks want to, get rid of a few of us, all they got to do is aim some rocks at us from the asteroid belt. And it'd be like shooting pool. They'd be like, we're going to knock this rock over and hit that rock, and that rock's going to ricochet off and it's going to head down towards the earth. And so, and these folks are bored. It's like, hey, let's see if we can hit the earth from here. Um, so is it going to happen? We've had some really, I say, near misses that have been between the earth and the moon. And one of the interesting things is they didn't know they were there until after they passed by us because of the reflection and the angle at which this thing came at us. So, am I worried about them? No, but there are a lot of big rocks out there in the asteroid belt. Okay. And I don't know what's pushing these things out of the asteroid belt, But they've been finding more of these puppies that are circling around us, circling around the sun, whizzing around here in our solar system. And I think that somebody put some of these things in motion, just to see, if one of them will zoom around this way and zoom around this way and a zoom around this way and a zoom around this way, and then on the next time around it could hit us. It could hit us. It could, with all the gravitational thises and that, it could. So, but is it something to fear? No, but we should pay attention, you know, and we need to call out some of these people, as I have this past year. Ooh, it's a near miss. And it was on the other side of the moon, literally. That's a long way out there. That wasn't close, y'all. Also, speaking about the moon, there's more information coming out about the condition of the moon. And the condition of the moon, as more people are realizing, is that it's hollow. Okay. And that the front of the moon, and Cliff High did a thing about this years ago, at least, and then he did a sort of a repeat talking about the moon. And when you look at the moon, you can see the outline of the moon all the way around. And when it's pointed at the sun, that should get darker towards the edges of the moon. Because if you hold up a billiard ball and it's going to be brighter right there on the, the that facing, and then it gets dimmer as it goes around the edge, right? So either the moon is perfectly flat, which I don't believe, or that there's a projection being given off of the moon so that the moon looks perfectly round and is lit perfectly all around it. So there are more people who are looking at the moon with telescopes. There are more people seeing structures on the moon, by the way, and equipment and stuff. There was one of the craters that were like, you could see tracks in it. you know there was one that it looks like where they had shoveled out a bunch of dirt or something out on top of the rim. There's like, but folks have really good telescopes now with really good cameras on them, and these folks are taking pictures and they're watching the spaceships fly across the face of the moon's surface. And I saw some of that at least 10 or 12 years ago, uh, or possibly longer back, that, watching these spaceships fly across over the face of the moon. So, but, there are folks that are watching this now, a bunch of us from all over the place. So it used to be that we were, relegated to, listening to NASA, right? Never a straight answer. And we had to rely on their pictures when we can get a telescope and take pictures ourselves, and screw them, cut out the middleman, right? It's 6 a.m. here. The Anunnaki had a demon enemy that bombarded Earth, Moon, and Mars with rocks from the broken bracelet. I often check Google Moon and the new HD pictures. There's loads of odd strange stuff on there. Yes. But to the point though, they can leave stuff out, of Google Earth moon shots, you know what I mean? But to the point, it um there are a lot of folks who are like, they're just saying, whatever you guys are trying to tell us about the moon is hokey. There's more to the moon than just oh, look at that up there. And it's like, okay. And how it stays in a precise orbit, how it, how it's manipulated, how, we see things flying around it all the time, the more evidence that has been coming out that, Neil Armstrong and them, when they got to the moon, were greeted by a bunch of aliens sitting up on the crater, and that they went back later on to try to do a one of those um, missions that they said that they scrubbed. There's information out there that no, did two secret missions after that to a place on the moon because they found some, artifacts up there like crashed spaceships. And so the idea is that, well, wait a minute. So, and why haven't we been back? Or have we, and we just ain't said nothing? The asteroid belt is the broken bracelet. Yep, and that was Tiamat that blew up and got, stuck around us. So, but anyway, to get rid of 24, it's already gone, y'all, unless you got a bill to pay that's like my electric bill is from 2024, but I'll pay it here in a couple of days. So, it's our change for Social Security. How much am I going to get in my check this time? I'm supposed to get a modest increase income. How much? I don't know until I see it on Friday. Um, if as long as they don't, as long as it's not less than what it was, I'm good. So here we are in 25. So what do you want to do for 25? What would be what would be some of y'all's goals? I mean, my goal, like for example, you know, is to save up enough money and go ahead and get some more work done on my truck. And depending on how much money I got and could save up, I got my Toyota out there that's in the yard that really needs to get pulled out and worked on and fixed up so I can put it back on the road. So, those are two things that I would really like to work on. I've got my boat almost ready to go in the water. The trailer's almost done. I got just I have to attach another wire and do some minor thing, but it's ready to go. The canoe is almost ready to go in the water. And so that's a goal because I didn't finish it in 24. So it's absolutely like got it. I'm this close. So like so if I get my act together, I could drive the canoe down to the river tomorrow. And so they say whatever you're doing on the 1st of January is what you'll be doing all year. And so it's like, so let me go put that canoe in the water and let me go fishing, you know. So maybe I'll be doing some fishing in 25, right? So I've had my back operated on. I've had my crankshaft thing rotor rooted out. I've had, work done on my heart. I just had another procedure done. And so it's like up to this point, physically, um, I do have my heart condition and I do have this other condition, but I don't have cancer. My cholesterol and all my LDL to stuff is all great. So I'm not on any special diet or anything. So all I got to do is, oh, and I do have to take it, my heart medicine. Take my heart medicine every day and maintain a decent amount of, the correct foods. Stay away from breads and things. But I'm not really on any kind of diet, But I do have to start exercising more because I got to lose 10 pounds. My BMI is too high, but my blood pressure is good. So what's holding me back? The pain in my back. So I got to work on that. So that's a goal of mine. I got to work through it. I got to, I've been talking about it, but so these are my goals. Trying to get my truck fixed. That requires money. Okay. I want to get the boat in the water. That requires more time than money. Okay. I just need to get out there and finish it up. Right. And so and go do it. And so the exercising part, if I get the canoe in the water, I'll be paddling again, and that's going to help me lose weight because I'm going to be exercising a lot. So all these things are positive, right? Things to look forward to. So what do you got to look forward to? What are your, and these are just simple plans, these aren't something grandiose. I want to go to Canada or something. I do want to try to make it to Barry's this year. you know I didn't make it last year. Stuff came up, but I still want to make it out to Missouri and go through Arkansas. um but I got the boat trailer ready. you know uh I've got a little work to do on the canoe, but not much. Um, so I do the work on the truck so I can make the trip. I'm closer than I was because of issues last year. So Barry, I haven't given it up. You know, I still get to. I can still put stuff together to come see you. So these are all positive things. Well, what else? Well, I don't know. Maybe you should plan on going on a picnic. Maybe we should plan on getting some folks together and having a reunion of sorts, or maybe just have a gathering. Maybe just have a powwow, have a get together, because they want to try to do this COVID thing again. It's the bird flu. They're already talking about making you want to wear masks again. Do not let them convince you, because masks do not work on viruses. Okay? They just don't. It has to do with particle size. Okay? So now these days but they're already talking about, Fauci's already, and hopefully, you know, with RFK and everybody and going in with this stuff, it's like, nah, you are not going to convince us to do that again. You're not going to put us into a lockdown. You're not going to keep kids home from school. You're not, no, 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 stop it, you know. And so we're going to take good, honest, um, flu type um, that we've always done over the years. In my 72 years, it was 70 years I never had to wear a mask, except when I went into an operating room. They put a mask on me. But what is this business? But the test results are out there, and what we have to do is, as our business as warriors, is we have to show people, hey, look, you know what? The mask thing, we were right about it. They don't really work. And here is the scientific data to show you. Okay. Here is the receipts, as folks are saying. You want to know about the thing? Well, this is the study. These are the results. This is what the truth is. So there are folks out there that have been bombarded with the lies so badly that their brain is squashed. It's just mush in there. And so we got to give them the benefit of the doubt in that, because their brains have been turned to mush. We, the ones where our brains are still pretty much intact, it's our job now. I talked about this 4 years ago. 5 years ago, 6, 10 years ago, that it's our job to help these people over the hump. Because they're like, what? You mean this is really true? Yeah. Well, quit watching some of that TikTok stuff and quit screaming into the microphone that, boy, I can't believe we're all going to die. I'm going to shave my head. I'm going to be crazy. Okay. Just calm down. Just calm down. And this arguing between MAGA, and have to reboot. Hang on. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
How you doing?
I'm alright. Just about to get home from church.
Yeah. I'm doing a live stream right now. Say hi to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
There's 9 folks in the chat room. So this is my neighbor Rob. But Sheila was on just a little bit ago.
That's good.
I've got
a little bit late.
Go ahead.
I said it's a little late for your neighbors around here.
Yeah. Well, I want to go outside and shoot off some of my fireworks. Man, I got some, Rob. Oh, I shot off one from each box, and man, there's this one box. Oh my God, when it went off, oh, holy crap in a bag. Woo-hoo. Powerful.
We're going to try to get over there tomorrow with you, son.
Oh, well, I was thinking just riding over to the house at about evening time and like we sat on what we did before and sit out there and shoot off a few.
Yeah, that's fine with me. My house or your house, it don't matter. Just call me sometime tomorrow when you get recovered. I'm probably going to work a half day tomorrow, but I'll be around tomorrow afternoon.
All right, I got to go to town, and I'll be out of cigarettes tomorrow, which ain't no big deal. But I am out of dog food, and when I was in town yesterday, I just not feel like walking through a store, so I need to go get Duggar some food. So, but other than that, and I got to drive by your house, just about to go to the store, so I'll call you tomorrow, okay?
All right, I look forward to it.
All right. Well, I love you, man. Be safe. Happy New Year.
I love you too.
All right.
Everybody we love, happy New Year.
Yep. I'll pass that along. He says, love everybody. Cheers. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Bye bye.
Talk to you later.
There you go. Live and in color. I love his children's. He's got 2 girls and 2 boys, and the boys are youngest, but them girls, they're real sport models. I really like them. So, but anyway, I don't know if it was last year. It might have been the year before. I bought up a bunch of fireworks. I just love fireworks, and if I can afford it, I'm gonna buy some. And so I had money left over this year, so I bought some. But to send these things up and watch them explode and all that, and I just, I need an excuse to shoot off fireworks. Oh, yeah, it's a 20. Did you hear, Rob? He was just on a minute ago. So, yeah, if we can get some of the neighbors, to go outside, I'll go up to the road and shoot off some of these fireballs tomorrow, the next day, because I sure would like to share them. And I shoot off fireworks to just look at them myself, but it's so much better to to share that boom and all that, with folks. So anyway, yeah, where's my bowl at? Yep, here we go. It's a 20. It's a 21. I can't believe it. It's 121. 2025, my friends. We made it to another year. So, those cards tonight to me are very encouraging and are very hopeful. So is 2025 going to be a better year? I don't know. Can we make it a better year? Can people not have this attitude that the world's going to come to an end? So, the folks have calmed down a little bit about, nuclear war because Biden's on his way out, right? Folks are more impressed that we've got a whole new, bunch of folks coming in, senators and legislators included, you know, whole new team of folks who are not deep state, you know, which means there's the promise of hope to clean up some of the mess, right? So there is hope in the air, is my personal, you know, what's going to happen. There's hope. We have hope for 2025. And it's up to us to help it along. It's up to us to keep a positive attitude. Now, there's going to be things. I was talking with a friend of mine yesterday, and I said, people are going to be really disappointed because it's going to take a while for gas prices to come down. It's going to take a while for the price of eggs to come down. It ain't going to just come down tomorrow. It might take more than 6 months before we start seeing anything. It's probably going to take more like a year. It's going to take time because it took time to make the mess. And it's going to take time for things to recover through the system. Okay, there's got to be, well, what about price of eggs? Well, the price of feed's got to come down. If chicken feed is way up here, then you still got to get premium price for your eggs. And people say, but if you don't, if the price of feed's too high, so the price of eggs is going to be dependent upon the price of feed. So if farmers are paying a bunch for diesel, then they're going to sell the grain higher because it costs them more to make the grain and also to to combine it. So it costs more because of the price of diesel to plant it, take care of it, collect it, and take it to market. So gasoline, diesel, there's fuel involved in every single one of those steps before we get the grain. Okay. So then the grain is then usually goes to a middleman who's got to make some money, and then it's sold as as chicken feed. Okay. Now there are some big chicken farmers that grow some of their own corn and stuff, but they still have to get supplemental stuff. Okay. So they buy the chicken feed, buy the ton, buy the huge amounts, but that's not the issue. They get premium price, but it's still high because of the price of petrol. Okay. So now all of these different, planting, keeping up, plowing, to until it gets to the middleman, the price is real dependent on gas, fuel. So when it gets to the middleman, it just brings it into a truck and then it gets distributed out. There is some gas involved in that, but not like planting and the whole farm thing. But still, you got to pay for the price of shipping. okay, to wherever the location is. You got to pay. So there's gas involved again. So if the price of gas comes down right away, it's still going to take it a while. But like it's going to have to go through the whole spring. So if gas did come down in the spring for planting season, you could see a price difference than the product at the end because of these different planting, plowing, the collection, etc. That if the gas is cheaper for each one of those operations, then the farmer is going to be better at the end. So the price of the product can drop. Okay. And then as it's sold to the chicken farmers after the summer's over and into next fall, then the farmers can get cheaper feed. And so therefore the eggs don't have to be as high. And the delivery of those eggs and the processing comes down because anything that involves gasoline is now affected and it doesn't cost as much to produce. But it's going to take a year for this stuff to filter through the system. Now, does it mean that it's bad? No. What it means is this is how stuff goes. This is how stuff works. Things have to filter down. It's not the trickle down economy, but in a way it is. What has to trickle down is the price cut. Well, it costs less for me to produce this. So it's going to take time for that to work through the system. So anything that's grown, anything that is produced is going to have to go through this system of change. The price of gas, which is just one element, but the price of gas has got to work through each one of these systems. Whether it's delivery, it's this, it's whatever, it's got to work through the system, you know. So it's like the linemen were here last week, and their machine was broke down, so they couldn't their mulching machine didn't work, and for some reason they were having trouble, and so they just toted it off. But they left great big piles of brush in several places on my property that they normally wouldn't do. And oh well, our shredder doesn't work. Well, this didn't work, and we're just going to do like this. And it's like, oh, wait a minute now. But the price of gas, the price of repairing the machine, the price of toting it around, the price of, so it was like, dang, man, and it's affecting the guys on the line cleaning brush underneath the power lines. So it's affecting all different. So therefore, our electric bill's up because it costs more to get the same quality of whatever, and we're not. But so the EMC is going to, got to charge more money because it costs more, to keep the lines clean. So, so all of these things trickle down. Every one of these things is affected by something up above it, and not necessarily, management. Now, let's talk about management for a moment for 2025. Do you know what would save um, consumers a boatload of money? Some of these companies that are going under, you know what would save some of these corporations? For there to be a mandatory limit of $2 million, which is a million too much. $2 million for any CEO of any company. Why? Because some of these CEOs are making 10, 15 million dollars, and that which cuts down on the profit of the company. Now I worked for a major company like that, and they brought in this guy from India who was the smart person, brought him in, took over the presidency of the corporation, and the first thing he did was he started moving things to Mexico. He started doing these changes. He started, reducing this over here. He made this mandatory thing that we had to, even though we had made great inroads with our scrap and so forth, and we were in the 10% range, which is really, he was like, you got to get that down to 5%. Do you know how hard it is to get 5% scrap? To only get 5%? So it was like, it was unreachable. So unattainable. We maintained 10. We had records of how we were maintaining 10% scrap and how our success had come because there had been a period of time for several years where they had 20% scrap. So had cut that in half and it saved millions of dollars. And the guy comes in and goes, that's not good enough. You got to get that number down. And it's like, well, wait a minute. So you bring in this guy who don't know a friggin' thing about the business itself, but he's a number cruncher. So, but they're paying him, they paid him an opening salary now of $5 million to be the CEO of this company. And in the first 6 months, he trashed the place. He started selling off bits in this, and he moved these machines to Mexico, and he did this thing over here, and he he tore up the company, who was making decent amounts of money. I mean, in the you know totally at least $1 billion. Our company, our one section, we were like in the $360 million range as far as our total sales for the year. $360 is a crap load of money, you know, and we were efficient. We had so one of the things that's wrong with the economy, when my granny would, and I worked for her in the store all them years ago in the 60s, they they shot for their profit margin for the year. Okay. I was like, Granny, how you do? And I mean, so we're looking for anything that we sell, we gotta make 5% to 10%. So if it costs them $1 for a can of soup, you had to charge $1.10. Okay, that's what it meant. So the 10 cents on the dollar. All right. So and if it was 50 cents, then you could, it would be 55 cents. Or if you were going to go for the 20%, you'd charge 60 cents for it, right? Okay, so that was your profit margin, right? So, but at the end of it all, their profit margin, they were shooting for a minimum of 5% to about 9 to 10%. And if they had a 9 to 10% um, total sales, above and beyond, that 9%, that they made decent money. It included their salaries, but then that 9% at the end of the year was like, that was their profit, right? So in the business back then, so if you had a 9% profit above all your bills, everything's paid for. So if you made $1 million, or so of that, you would make like $900,000, right? Profit. And profit, flat out profit. Everything's paid for. Rent, buildings, everything's paid for. and you got $900,000 left over after your sales, right? Because that's your percentage. So, but now when I was working for Prestolite, they had to have a 15% profit margin. So at the end of the year, 9% was not good enough. They shook their finger at us and said, "You only have a 9% profit this year." We were shooting for 12 to 15. What happened? And we're all looking at each other going, "You got 9% clear profit. What are you bitching about?" 9% of 360,000, $360 million, is like, what is wrong with you? That's not enough profit. So companies are overpaying the CEOs right off the bat. No CEO should make over 2 million. I'm sorry. You are not worth that much. Your company, you should spread that money out amongst your workers. And personally, I don't think you're worth 2 million, but that's an exorbitant amount of money. So people are overpaid in jobs that, I'm sorry, if they only made 900,000, they might work harder, to make sure that their business operates better. Give their employees better benefits, give the employees a raise, give the employees better working conditions, quit paying these damn, CEOs all this money. Go ahead and give them perks and benefits, but, quit paying them, 9, 10. This one was like $15 million, and I was like, why does somebody think that they are that important that they should get $15 million to run a place? I'm sorry. So, but if we stop overpricing our help at the top and start giving the workers more of that money, spread the 10, 15, $20 million out of that CEO. Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about, you know, taking down the oligarchs and no, I'm saying what needs to be fair. You want your company to make money? Then quit paying that sumbitch all that money. Start there. And cutbacks, he's still making a crap load of money. He's still got good benefit, or she, they still got good benefits. But, but you're going to take that money that's been going straight to the top and spread it out on the bottom. Anywhere and wherever it needs to go, but it should go to paying the help, period. Right? So if that's just a change in process. A couple of years ago, one of the CEOs like worked all year long for $1 or something like that, right? So, but if some of these folks would take that attitude and quit being greedy, how much money, like Rachel Maddow on whatever, and, she was making, $20 million a year for an hour show once. What? Are you serious? Um, you know, she's not worth $1 million. She's one person with a crappy attitude who works for this, and these guys are like losing money. Well, like, give her a 99% pay cut. She's making 15 million, pay her 1 million. She doesn't like it, find another job, lady. This is sorry, you've made too much money. If you don't have enough money, if we've been paying you $15 million a year and you don't have enough money in the bank, tough shit. You from now on, your salary is $1 million if you want to keep your job. And all these other people who are making these exorbitant amounts of money, quit paying them. Quit paying them. Oh, but the cost of rent in New York City and the cost of this, it's all too high. A lot of things are overvalued. All right. Now, I just got my tax returns and everything for this year on my house and the land, and my property was worth 49,000, a year ago, and now all of a sudden it's worth $62,000. But wait a minute, nothing has happened to the property. I've not done any improvements, and I want to know who is placing the value on things, because it's really nice that my property's valued at more. And if I needed to sell it, which I won't, but if I needed to, or if I wanted to, I paid 38 for the place and it's worth 62 now. That's a pretty decent investment, and I've lived here basically rent free, so that's worth a lot, right? Um, and if I was a hunter, I could bring in at least one deer a year off my place. So, but who is raising the value of things? Who says that this property is now worth more money? So, I'm talking with a person who they're selling their house. And they were like, back in the day, they paid $65,000 for the house, right? But they went back down and borrowed against it to do some work about 10 years ago. And all of a sudden, the house was worth $100,000, right? They didn't do anything to the house, but they were borrowing money to fix the house. So then it made it even more valuable. So then the next time they got their tax thing, now their house that they bought for $65,000 is now worth $135,000. And that's like base price, blah, blah, blah. But then a realtor brought up and said, well, wait, because of its location and because it's nearer this, it's actually worth $180,000. So, well, wait a minute. I thought it was, but I bought it for 65. True. But so who's putting the value on the property? Who says the value of that property that was purchased 15 years ago for $65,000 is now worth twice as much? Who's setting the value for these things? Oh, the real estate market. Okay. But who keeps pushing the value of things? So why is rent up? Rent is up because someone is pushing the value of the property up. They're saying, well, that one bedroom apartment that was worth, $650 a month is now $120 a month. Who says, who sets the market value for that one bedroom apartment? Now, too many things are overpriced of the value of what it is. Is a one bedroom apartment that was worth $650 a month 5 years ago is now $1,200 a month? Why does that one bedroom apartment what did they do? Did they add a swimming pool? Did they add, free laundry services? Did they add, free garbage service? What are you getting for this, $600 more a month? Excuse me? You said nothing? You're not getting anything more value for the same one bedroom apartment, it's that right? That's the way it stands. So what needs fixing? We somehow need to interject into our system that things are overvalued. Honestly, things are overvalued. Okay. Well, yeah, but I want to make money on this and I think I should get what, the market value is. Well, but if the market value is set by some oligarchs who are like, we can get $1,200 a month for that damn one bedroom, because they're kind of in short supply, and single people, and one family, and we can raise that. And so the next thing you knew, 2-bedroom apartments have gone up. And now if you can find a 3-bedroom apartment, then that sucker's gone up. It's $2,000 a month, where a year ago you could get it for 900, and it's like, well, wait a minute. So who values these things? Who's sitting around going, this is what it's valued at now? And then, so now it used to be a local and state value, if you will. Well, we live down here in the South, and because it doesn't cost as much as New York City, or California. So it's cheaper down here. Not anymore. So now they go by a national average. Now they go by what the nation is charging for a 1-bedroom apartment. But we're in South Georgia. We're not in South Bend, Indiana. We're not in Milwaukee. We're not in upstate New York. We're not in Buffalo. We're not in any of these places up north that have been historically higher in prices than it has been down here in the South. But because the nation has changed in about 2004 and 5, things really started. So it's been about 20 years ago officially. But because of these changes, because of this commonality of the nationalism of things, right? So, the value of things down here in South Georgia should have the same value as New York, right? I mean, it's same land, it's same blah blah, same this, So what makes the land down here, or of a 1-bedroom apartment, supposed to be so much cheaper than in New York, right? Well, in New York, the taxes are higher and this and that. So what do? They raise taxes down here. So then they push the value of the properties up. So now the same piece of property down here, which used to be substantially cheaper, that's why people move down here, is now, it's comparable to what it costs, in them northern states. So, but who changed the value? Who said it was worth more? Who said it was, because I was helping a friend of mine who recently bought a piece of property, bought a house, and he was looking for a place and this and that. So I was getting back into the reality of things, and having, done a lot of business in Thomasville, and having done carpentry and fix up work and so forth. I worked for, a rental place. So I knew a lot of properties around Thomasville. I knew what the prices used to be. I knew what used to be the value of some of these places, right? So I'm talking to Ruthie, and I'm like, Ruthie, I said, that was worth, about 25,000. Well, she goes, oh, it's worth 60 now. And I said, but the windows are falling out and the floor needs work. She goes, yeah, that $60,000 that it's worth now is the cut price. And I was like, what? Well, because the lot's worth X amount of money now. They can tear down the house and build a new house cheaper than they can fix up the old house and get a new house, right? But it's the property that they really want, right? Not the house. But my friend, he wanted the house to live in, right? So he's looking at these houses then that aren't worth as much as they, claim. But because the house is sitting on the property value of the property has gone up. What? So does that sort of make the house more valuable? Not really, right? So, but who is pushing these price increases. Who's pushing this stuff? Well, it's because what used to be 9% in a year's time profit used to be sufficient. If you made 10% profit, clear profit at the end of the year, 10%, of $1 million is 100,000. And you go, well, wait a minute, that doesn't sound like a bunch of money that you make, but it's profit. You got $100,000 that doesn't belong anywhere. No bills have to be paid, and you made $1 million, okay, but $100,000 of that is pure profit. That's not enough. We got to make more profit than that. If we are going to become millionaires, we have to make more money than that because we're paying our CEO $2 million. But wait a minute, we grossed $1 million and $100,000 of that was profit. But now you're going to pay a CEO $2 million. Yeah, but because he knows how to increase sales. He knows how to, okay. So in the next year, you already pushing $2 million to one person. And now your 9% is chopped way down. Gonna gross integrity. Yeah. At least to, save our, having to buy it, right? But so now that they're, the whoever is the chairman of the board, they say we're going to hire this guy. He's going to make us more money. So, but he wants $2 million. So they go ahead and agree. They borrow money against some of this, the machinery, or maybe against the building. And so then they pay this guy, and he doesn't live up to it, right? The economy's kind of sort of down, which is the reason why they had made as much money. But so they've had to borrow money to pay him his salary. They still only made $1 million, 200,000, So they didn't make 9% profit because they had to pay this guy $2 million, right? So all of these things are going on, and people are wondering why things are failing. Why did the price of this apartment, why is it twice as much now? Now more people are homeless. Why are more people homeless? Because the realtors have overpriced the property. Period. All over the place. They have overpriced property to the point where a $600 apartment is now $1,200, etc. That's it. So how do we correct this? Well, gas prices can come down all they want to, okay? But if people don't realize, why are people homeless? The price of housing is too much. How come young people can't buy a house? Because they're overpriced. How come, now I'm listening to my friend who does carpentry works and such. He's like, these carpenters are making $20 an hour. And I'm like, well, are they form carpenters? Are they rough-in carpenters? Are they finished carpenters? Are they? He goes, well, they know how to cut and carry boards, but he said they don't really know how to build. They're making $20 an hour. Yep. Now those jobs might only be worth $15 an hour because they don't know how to build. So the $20 an hour should go to a supervisor. Well, but the price of all of this labor gone up. Now the prices of housing has gone up because the price of salaries has increased. Now it's good that these folks are making more money, but then they add the price of the extra labor to the house. But because the labor had increased, then they also bump what they make. Well, how much profit were you making off this? Well, I got a 15% commission. Well, that's pretty damn good commission. So because they don't feel like they're making enough money, they bump their commission up to 20%. So the price of the property goes up. Now the house costs more because everybody along the line wants to make a little bit more. Okay. So the realtor isn't happy with 15% or maybe even 10%, you know, um, on the sale of a house. So they got to have 20%, you know. And there's some of these realtors because they sold a piece of property up here. And, I was like, man, that place is probably worth, half a million, 500,000, a couple of acres and a farmhouse over there. The place went for 1,500,000. I'm like, what? That farm right down the road went for $1,500,000. How much is that 2-bedroom brick house worth? It's been sitting there for 20 years. It's a 20-year-old brick home sitting on, 20 acres, got a few cows and a little bit of stuff, and a couple of outbuildings, but 1.5 million for that. I was like, I told my friend, I said, maybe we could go in and buy that place and, you know, rent it out for, somebody for horses and cows and, livestock and whatever. And he was like, we can't get that much money. And I said, well, I'll put my 18 acres up, for it. And he was like, he's got a little bit of property. But then when we found out that it went for 1.5 million, we were going to have trouble hitting, 400,000, and it comes in at 1.5 million. And I'm just so, but who put the value on that piece of property? That piece of property, when it was bought, was at about $1,000 an acre. And now it's like $5,000 an acre. Oh, holy crap. I just, but what makes the property more valuable than it was 2 years ago or last year? So there are folks, I don't know the solution to it. And I have been cogitating on this subject for a while. But I know this: we as a collective need to bring it up. How can we fix it? We need to, um, I hate to say it, but, Trump was talking about, making credit card companies, their maximum interest rate to be, 15%, which is a crap load of money, right? And that's why I won't have another credit card, because the last time they tried to drive me into bankruptcy and, was charging me 21% interest, plus late fees and all that kind of stuff. And it was unbelievable, right? So, but um, to make it mandatory, you say, listen, you guys shouldn't do that. You folks are too damn greedy. Cut it out. So the same thing with these CEOs that are making, anybody making over $1 million as a CEO is making too much money. I'm sorry. Because then it it pushes more greed. It pushes the greed higher. Well, he got hired, for $1 million. Well, I'm worth at least that much, so now you negotiate for, as a CEO, for $1,000,001 or $1,000,002 because you want to get that edge on the other guy, right? So they finally work out a deal where you're going to get $1,000,002. Well, then this other guy sees that you were hired for this company, and he's like, "Man, I got to get $1,000,005." So he's shucking and jiving with the owners and the people, and he ends up with $1,000,005 as part of his. So for every one of these steps, somebody needs to up the other guy or gal or whatever. So, but more money because he's making this much and I'm at least as good as him. And if you give me a little bit extra, I'll show you how good I am. Well, they might bring in more revenue. They might help the company out. And they might be working on stock options. And that 1.5 million that they have, supposed to get, they can now get residuals and they're actually making $3 million a year. And folks on the bottom say, well, that doesn't seem fair to us. And then the folks at the top are like, well, I earned this. I made this contract and they promised to pay me this much. I fulfilled my duties. I made more money this year, um, as etc. I fulfilled my duties. So I deserve the money that I make. I deserve it. And that's what they think. They deserve $1.5 million. They deserve 15 million. They deserve, Rachel Maddow, she deserves 4 million a year or whatever it was. No, you don't. You nasty slob. No, you don't. Give that money, pay her 500,000 and give the rest to charity. No, she doesn't. And all them other people, and oh, well, MSNBC is going under. Well, they're a failing news organization because their news sucks. But also, you're paying your employees way much more than they are valued. Back to the valued thing. So, what are these people's values? Who said Rachel Maddow was worth that much money? Who said? Well, she negotiated with somebody and they said, okay. So those folks are the dumbass, right? They allowed her to set her price, okay, which means that they have set a value for her talent, right? So her value for the talent is, 4 million or it was 40 million, whatever it was, way too much, right? So she takes this, oh, woe is me. She takes a cut in salary. They should have cut her salary by 3/4, not by 20%. She should retain 20% and they should chunk the rest of it. But so somehow she's overvalued. So that means all the people that work around in those areas, every one of them are overvalued. The cameraman, because she's making 4 million, he's got to be making, a 500,000. But you're a freaking cameraman. I mean, no offense, but you're a cameraman. But because all these people make this much money up here, hey, Mossy Man, then everybody underneath them, their value goes up, not as much, but they demand more because the folks at the top are demanding more. I know this because that's how it worked with me, and that's how it worked in the corporations. This engineer over here in this department is making, $65,000 a year, and this guy over here is making $90,000 a year, and you both are doing the same kind of workload. So how come he's making $20,000 more a year? This guy over here, he's going to be bitching. Why does he get more? Well, he's got seniority. $20,000 worth more of seniority? So they put a value on this other engineer higher than they do this guy over here. So now this guy over here is going, wait a minute, I'm going to look for another job, you know, that pays at 80 grand, because he's making 80 grand and he's sitting in the desk right next to me. How, so the value of stuff, and some folks are valued more than other people. And the value of them is in the eyes of the beholder. Is the work that they actually do worth the amount of money they're being paid? So what is its value? So my property has gone up in value, but nothing has happened to the property. I've not done any improvements, right? So the pine trees are a little bigger, but not to the tune of, $8,000 more in 1 year, you know. So has anything happened with the river? No, it's still flowing. It's still going. It's still going strong. I feel the room swaying, but the band's playing. Anyway, one of those old favorite songs from way back when. So take a rap, fellas. Everybody rock. Darling, I'll never go away again. Anyway, Satchmo. But so, in loving our country and loving, our neighbors and so forth, we need to ask the question in TikTok and in the chat lines and when we're bringing stuff up, what is wrong with the economy? The economy can't keep up with the things that have been overvalued. If things took a 10% cut in their value, okay? Take 10% off my property. It's not valued, it should not be valued that high. That piece of property over there with the house in it was worth $95,000 2 years ago. And now you're saying it's $195,000? No, sorry. You can add $20,000 to that, but it is not worth $100,000 more. Sorry, it's overvalued. If folks started doing that, and the Christian thing to do would be that the richer you are, you should cut down your profit margin. You should also figure out a way to decrease the value of your property so that you can rent a place for, okay, it was $600 a month. Okay, I could say $750, but $1,250, no, it's overvalued. Charge $750 for that 1 bedroom apartment and make it so that people can actually rent the damn thing, right? Let's get homeless people off the street. Make things affordable again. How are we going to do it? I don't know. But we need to talk it up. That needs to be our goal for everybody this year. I don't care if my property is worth $10,000 more this year than it was last year. I was appalled. I'm like, I haven't done anything. If I'd put another building on the place, if I'd, done some work on the river, if I'd done something to the property, it's not worth $10,000 more simply because somebody said so. And that's the answer. Who said my property? The person at the tax office said, "Oh, well, Dave's Mr. He's got that 18 acres down there, and calculate and the national average is." And they take the national average and they plug it in and they go, his place is worth $10,000 more. Look at that. We get more money for property tax. Whoop, sign him up. So now what was $38,000 when I first bought it is now worth 62. Okay. But I haven't done anything to it. The trees are a little bigger in the back, but not that much. Um, how did my property gain that much value? It didn't. Somebody sitting at a table, because I dated a person in the tax office, okay, and learned a lot. So now the property's worth twice as much. Well, not twice as much. $20,000 more, okay, when I haven't done anything to the property. Well, I invested in it 40 years ago, so $20,000 doesn't really seem like, but I haven't done anything, you know? It's the same trees, it's the same river, it's the same dirt, it's the same, the house is pretty much the same. But nobody wants to buy this house. Anybody that's looked at it said, "Oh, I would just bulldoze it down and build something else." Okay, because they would want just the property. So I'm still hopeful for this year. The landowner lost a lot of money to make the first duplex habitable. The second duplex is still a hole, no foundation. Only loan sharks charge above 20%. Now all charge cards are, yeah. They tore down a wall, put tarps up, and animals moved in. Once the animals did their damage, the city condemned it. Once it was condemned, they tore it down with no demolition permit. The city ignored them, not getting the right permits, and allowed them to plan two duplexes when the residential law says there is only enough room for one. Oh, yeah. Had some friends of mine down in Tampa that did that. And this one gentleman who I worked for, he ended up turning into a slumlord as he got older. Now he made money and he invested it, but he basically turned into a slumlord. Um, Bought a couple of duplexes. I think he had one built. He was always had his eye out for a piece of property, and of course he wasn't going to pay much for it, and didn't want to put much into it. But he still wanted to pay. He still took the average of what the other apartments in the area were getting when his was a rundown duplex, in an iffy neighborhood, and it's like, wait a minute. Well, they're getting that over there, 10 blocks away. I should get the same amount of money. No, the neighborhood sucks. Number one. Um, Number two, they got to share a parking place with the bar that the duplex is right behind this tavern. And there's a lot of brawls and stuff and this and that. It's not really rough, but they do have drunken things go on there. And your driveway to the duplex is shared parking lot. Wait a minute, and you think you can get as much as that duplex over there with a private drive? you know, Come on. So, but anyway, in those kinds of respects, not talking bad about Richard, he was a good man in a lot of other ways too. But that his sense of, well, it ought to be worth that. No, it ain't. It really ain't. So, but there are folks who absolutely believe if it's a 1-bedroom apartment, regardless of where it is, 10th floor with no elevator, 3 feet underground, in a beautiful neighborhood with a security guard versus a slum on the edge of town, that all of these 1-bedroom apartments are worth the same amount of money. And that's what they're going on. So an acre of land, regardless. So the land in my backyard, because it's swampy and everything, that land is not worth the same as the land that I'm sitting on and up the hill, because this is high and dry and never floods. So, but wait a minute, but so they charge me the same price for every acre on this property. But who values that? I've argued with them before about it, and I just quit arguing because got to pay taxes no matter what, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so, but the idea though that no, those trees in the back are not worth the same. The land is not worth the same because it floods all the time. No, it's not worth the same, but it's acreage. And just because this up here is good, then the whole thing is good. So it's $2,000 an acre. No, it should only be 500 for swampland. No, the swampland. No, no, no. There are no pine trees. No, it's swampland. No, wait, no. So, but anyway, the folks who put values on things, the standards that have been set by crazy folks sitting around a table saying every piece of land, every acre, rural and certain that are worth at least 2,000 an acre. If it's in a small community and if it fits this, then that money is worth $5,000 an acre. And if it's in town, then that piece of property is worth $50,000 an acre. And if it's, so they have this criteria for the price of an acre of land. But for me, that the in the backyard, it ain't worth the same as up here. It's obvious. You can't drive back there, but you can up here. And when it rains a lot, you have to swim back here and you don't up here. I mean, it's like obvious, right? So, but no, it's valued at the same price. So that's what's wrong. Things are overvalued, period. Well, but with inflation and the cost of this, and that's how much it costs these days. But it doesn't have to be. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, what I mean is that things are overvalued. Quit telling me that that is valued more now than it was back then when nothing has been done to the property. How can it be worth $10,000 more? I don't get it. It's because somebody up there at the tax office said so. And that is the truth. Well, your property value is valued more now, Mr. No, because the rates have changed for the value of property within the state of Georgia. So, because the national average has changed, because the average in the state of Georgia has changed, then therefore my property went up $10,000. Oh, wait, that'd be okay if I wanted to sell it, or something. But to my point, it's that nothing was done. I didn't plant any more trees. Nothing happened, right? So we need, as a collective, change our idea of the value of things and honestly say, there was a house down in Thomasville, beautiful 3-story kind of thing. They turned it into a bed and breakfast. And I was talking with a friend and was like, that right there was, I remember when it was worth $900,000. And they plugged it in, looked at it on the realty site, and they're going, well, they're asking a 1,900,000. They're asking $1,000,000 more than this place was valued at 15 years ago. It was $900,000 before. So on the same lot, they painted it. Okay, that costs money, I know. But the value of the property, because it's now a B&B, you have to park down the street because there's no parking. But because it's prestigious, that it's now worth 1,900,000. I almost crap my pants. So, but who valued that property $1,000,000 more than it was a few years ago? I mean, just okay, it's bread and practice now. All right, we can see how the price would go up a little bit, but $1,000,000 more in Thomasville, Georgia? I mean, we're not in New York City. We're not in Chicago. We're not in Tampa. We're in Thomasville. We're not even Tallahassee. And now this place is worth $1,900,000 because somebody said so, because somebody placed a value on it. So because they put a value on that house, then all the other houses around in that neighborhood have all gone up in property value because that piece of property was valued higher. Now the neighbors has got to be more. They didn't do anything to their house, but now their property's worth, $100,000 more. Nice house, plantation, 100-year-old house has been kept up, but now it's worth $100,000, $150,000 more because they raised that one up by $1,000,000. So now all of these things are changed. So now this whole little block down there in Thomasville, now the houses, which you could have gotten a few years ago for a measly 375,000, are now worth 100 and well, they're worth more than 100 grand. They're worth 375,000 or more, and probably more, like $500,000 that some of these houses. So, but somebody placed the value on them. Somebody valued houses, the property, the thing. It's a 20. Happy New Year, everybody. So the board of realtors needs to get together. And folks need to get together and say, you know what? We're not going to raise our take, my 10% or 20%. I've been getting 20%, but I'm going to drop it by 10% because I can live off of 10% of $1,000,000. I can make it off of, I can live with a 10% commission, and I'm not going to screw anybody over by charging 20. So if people started taking that attitude and change it from being so greedy to how much more I can get to how much can I survive comfortably without, taking a big hit and selling stuff, how much, percentage can I make to pay all my bills and, and have a little, scratch left over that I can save, and I have value for things, so I can borrow money. I do have credit cards, so I can charge things. And so life is pretty good. But you say, well, that 10% that I'm getting by, but if I could get 15 or 20% off that sale, I know it's going to drive is going to drive the price of it up, and the customer is going to have to pay more, and they're going to have to borrow more from the bank, and all of this is going to go up because I want 10% more. Screw it. I'm going to do it. And so the realtors do it, right? So then, because somehow the realtor is charging 10% more, somebody sees that the property's value has gone up because the realtor is charging more for their commission. It is a vicious cycle, but it is based upon greed. So it's not that I want everybody to give up their money or to stop getting, you know, any kind of percentage, No, no. What I mean is that somehow we as a society have become too greedy. Go ahead, make a profit. That's how you stay in business. But do you make a profit to the point of being greedy? Can you cut the price of that thing by 50 cents? Are you still making money off of it? Yeah, we're making about $1.50 off of that. So you could cut the price of that thing by 50 cents and you're still making $1 profit. Yeah. How can Walmart have all these super sales? How come Lowe's and Home Depot can put things on sale? Because these things they bought at a dirt cheap price and they put it on, 10% off. Okay, great. They still have got 15% left in it and profit, because they buy such quantity, right? And so, but anyway, so we as consumers, we, have purchasing power and everything and all that. But at the same time, you know, we all have to make that extra profit. We all want to be just a little bit more greedy. We all want, well, there's a package of paper towels over here, 6 rolls for $6. Yeah, but there's another package over here, the 6 rolls for $5. Well, are they the same? Are they, what's wrong with these paper towels versus those paper towels? Well, these are absorbent. These are quilted. These are the quicker picker upper. Okay. So there's some value extra in those paper towels other than just paper. So, but then you pay that extra dollar or whatever for that value, right? It's the value, right? It's not how much it cost. Because I guarantee the paper on that quicker picker upper is probably the same. It's just a little bit thicker. It's quilted because it runs through a press as it's being processed and put on the roll. It does not cost them anything extra to make the quilted picker upper. Okay. Does not cost them any more to make it. But because of the process, it has become more valuable. All right. So them paper towels are still paper, you know, but the quilted and the design, but once they built the first design, every roll after that has been pure profit with the quilting, right? So what's the difference? What's the thing? Well, it's got a different pattern. It's got a floral pattern on it. Ooh, all I got to do is change a little bit of paint spray kind of thing. Change the ink, some in these printers that they have that are just rollers that the paper towels go through, and it just puts the print on them. It's no big deal. Um, so what makes those paper towels more valuable? Okay. And it's the value that's put on the paper towels. What makes this property more valuable? Because it's the value someone else put on it. Because a piece of property down the road sold for, $1.5 million. So therefore, my property, I've got property. I've got 18 acres, and it's nothing like that guy up there, but his property was valued at so much an acre. Now, half a mile down the road, my property value has gone up because his is worth more. What the fudge? But I didn't do anything. My property, so all things are affected by some other thing. It's like a pinball, you know, bouncing off of one thing and hitting another. Then you hit the flipper and you throw that ball back to the top of the thing, and the value. So is it actually worth what the person is claiming that it's worth? So because everything has gone up, that means the value of things have gone up. Is it really worth anymore? Is it still two ply, but one's quilted and the other isn't? And is it, so it's cost the same, but to make, but it's twice as much to buy. It's the value of it. It's what's being sold about it. Why is a half an acre in town worth more than a half an acre out here in the country? Because it's a value. You live right downtown. It has more value. You could put a business on it. You could do a XYZ. It has more value because of what the people around it, what the value of their place. So we as a society, are things actually worth that in value? We as a society should look at stuff and go, wait a minute, you know, really, should we be paying that much for that? Honestly, just say no. Somebody says, well, this house on the market, my buddy bought it. It was up for sale for $130,000. He got it knocked down to 85 because he went through it. The lighting didn't work in two of the rooms. There was an issue with some of the plumbing. He had to put in a new drain line out of the septic tank. He had to have the septic tank drained. So from that $130,000 now, he bought it for 85, because of issues, right? But they started out up here, So, and they were going to fix those issues. And he said, no, I'll buy it as is. And the house was a couple of years ago was for $45,000. And so he now bought it for $85,000. It was twice as much, but it was supposedly worth 135,000. You know what I'm saying? So who's putting values on things? It's the local realtors, it's people in businesses and manufacturing. Well, if we could sell one of these, we can make 20% profit on this. It'll make us look better and, increase our whatever and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you know, so what is the value of things? I think 2025 is going to be an interesting time when people hopefully will be reassessing the value of things. Is it really worth that much? Honest to God, is it really worth that much money? Sorry, but is it really worth that much money? Whatever it is it really worth it? Could you take a 10% cut in price and everybody still make enough? You're still making 10% because that 10% cut was because you were making 20% profit. So you cut that by 10%. So everybody gets a 10% cut across the board. Everybody takes the hit, right? So, and maybe even in some jobs, you might take a 10% cut in pay. But you keep your job, especially, I would say the 10% cut would be anything over, if you make anything over $100,000, you need to take a 10% cut in pay, period. If you make anything over $100,000, you should voluntarily take a 10% cut in pay. And maybe even some of these millionaires need to take a 20% cut in pay, you know, because they have all this money. Do they need all that money? Then the idea is that if you volunteer to take a cut in pay, then that means more money at the bottom end. That means more profit for everyone. That means an easier economy. But people are going to have to volunteer. But if everybody keeps trying to get 10 to 20% more this year, the prices of things will never come down. Okay? They'll never come down. And so we got to quit fighting about it. Is it going to get easier? Not unless people cooperate. And the cards say we got to work together like Beaver, you know. The cards say we got to, have that ritual death because of that. We got to get rid of yesterday's and, and work for tomorrow's. And we have to work together. We'll see. We'll see. I'm hopeful. I'm willing, you know. Let's start out with a smile and go, there are ways we can fix this. But here, I've thought about this a lot about, what's wrong with things. And it's because, in one way or the other, there's too much greed. I'm not saying everybody. Those of us on the low end of things, we're getting by. We could use a little extra scratch. But if that CEO would take a cut in pay, I could get a little extra scratch in my paycheck, but it wouldn't drive the price of the item up. That pizza is still going to cost the same, even though I got a $1.50 raise. You know, wait a minute, but it's because the dough doesn't cost as much. It's because the cost of tomato sauce has come down. The cost of shredded cheese has come down, and the CEO is taking a cut in pay, and so there's more money on the bottom, and so you're able to get a dollar 50 extra, an hour in your pay. Wow, it does work. It can work, but some folks would call it communism. Well, or, socialism. Well, it is socialism in this respect. We as a society, if we want to save society, society's got to change. And in some ways, it's going to be drastic. But stop being as greedy. If you can get by with 10% profit, do it. And do we have to always, people? There's a hotel downtown Thomasville. Okay, it's an ugly freaking building, but because it's a Hilton, the rooms are $150 to $300 a night. Okay, there's no park. The building is right on the edge of the sidewalk, which is like literally this far from the street. There's the building. Hardly no windows. It's ugly as. The cheapest room is $150 a night. Most of them are like $225 a night for just a single, you know, one bed, you know, double bed kind of thing, king size, whatever. Um, I'm not sure that they have a pool, but that they have, ever since they built this thing, reservations for this thing are backed up for like 2 months because folks are like, what's the deal? Is it people coming from out of town? And it's like, no, it's people in Thomasville who've never stayed at a Hilton. And because it's $225 a night, and they get to go stay at a Hilton, even though it, you know, you can go down to the Motel 8 for, you know, $90, and they got a pool. But no, you want to stay in this building that's ugly as hell, you know, blah 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 blah. But it's the Hilton, and you're going to pay $225 a night for a room. But folks, just because it's expensive and because of the name Hilton, they want to go stay in it and pay the $225 a night. You know, simply because it's expensive. It's the dumbest thing. You know, why, if it was expensive and nice, indoor pool was a big screen where you can lay on a float in the pool and watch a football game or something. I mean, you know, what makes the, it's because because it's promoted, and it's promoted that its value is higher than a room down the you know, at this other really nice hotel, you know, motel thing. Really nice, and you know, you might have to pay $125 a night, but um, they've got all these amenities, and they've got a really good breakfast, and you know, all these, you know, and just because you wanted to stay at a Hilton, you're going to pay $100 more a night for a room for the privilege of staying in a Hilton because somebody has put a value on that. You know, the Howard Johnson ain't the same anymore, you know. Well, that's more family oriented. And then there's the Howard Johnson's Express. And then there's the this one, and there's the that one. Yeah, okay. But that's a Hilton hotel. Okay. You know. So what is my value? What is my worth? What is your value? What is your worth? Are we worth anything? What is our value? Should we be charging more? Should we all charge a little more so that we can make better ourselves? Should it be mandatory for, you know, for folks who make over certain amounts of money to, you know, I'm sorry, don't want to tax them, but you know, I say that they should just voluntarily take a cut and pay to make their company more profitable on the bottom end. It shouldn't be that, oh, you all you rich people are the same and you make too much money. Well, that's true in some cases. But if folks would volunteer, especially when you're in the millions of dollars, to take a several $1 million cut and pay, that would help you spiritually. It would help the universe out. You know, it would make a whole bunch of stuff a whole lot easier. Well, but he's making more money than me. Oh, shut up. Are you making enough money? Well, yeah, I made enough money and got to take a trip around, you know, the Bahamas for 3 weeks last year and got to do this. And I paid off my ranch house and, you know, I got some acreage up. And then you're doing okay, right? Well, yeah, I guess you could say so. Well, then how come you get $3 million more a year when you actually live on like $750,000 and you still have extra if you only got $1 million salary that you make 4 million. So you got 3 million extra. You mean you can't live off the 1 million? You mean you honestly can't live off that one? You can't budget yourself to live off of $1 million. And Whoopi Goldberg says no, that she has to be careful. She needs her job. She needs to make them millions of dollars. But all that money you've made over the years, you ain't saved enough. You ain't put enough money back. You ain't paid off some shit. Then you deserve to be poor. Poor little rich girl. Oprah can afford to take a cut in pay. You know what I mean? It just, come on. And I'm not saying that they should give everything up and everything, but they could simply not charge as much. Period. If you didn't charge as much, it would be cheaper. Automatically, it would be cheaper. So we need to look at the value of people. If somebody says, well, I want $4 million as a CEO, I'd go, okay, next. How much are you willing to work for? Well, I'll work for $1.5 million. Okay, stand over there. Next. I'll take 2 million. That's my final offer. Next. Well, I work for, I work for $1 million with some stock options. Okay, go over there and stand with that next to that guy right there. Next, so you weed these folks out. It's not how much the guy says. Well, my last job, I mean, $3.5 million, and if you want me to come to work for you, I need at least $500,000 more. I need at least 4 million to come work for you. That's my final offer. Well, then they sit around and they go, well, so they put a value on this dude, right? Or dudette. Well, he did, and he's making 3.5, and we do want him, right? We think he'd be best for our company. So, all right, we agree to pay you 4 million. So the cheeky bastard's like, I got away with it, right? He ain't worth he ain't worth a $500,000, but he just negotiated for $4 million to be the CEO of this company, right? Because he's going to bring more value to the company. So, but does he really? Does it, now the company has to pull $4 million out of their budget to pay this guy. All right. So, but there's a guy over here with 10 years experience who's willing to do it for $1.5 million. And he's qualified. And he's got recommendations. And, so am I going to pay the guy 4 million when there's a guy qualified for $1.5 million with stock options? Take the guy over here, right? We don't need that $4 million guy because this guy over here is willing to start down much lower. And if he does a good job, then the next year or two, he can renegotiate his salary. And if he's making more money, we might be able to pay him more. But, to have to shell out 4 million right off the bat and to incur this, no, let's take this guy over here. So that's what companies and board members and folks, I've been in on some of these meetings with some of these people. It's atrocious. It's atrocious. And oh my God, it's just like, well, is he really worth that much? Well, the other CEO it is as well. If we really want him, his value, we need to, we need to pay this guy. And So I learned from that and went home until they paid me more money. I said, screw this. And it was against my contract, but I got away with it anyway. But sometimes you have to force your hand to prove what you're actually worth. Okay. Not speculation, but I was actually showing them how I was saving them money. And as I saved them money, then I went to them and said, okay, I saved you 4 million last year in tooling cost. I want a raise. I want 10% raise. So I'm going to make another, $10,000 a year. I just saved you 4 million. You mean you can't afford it? But I'm going home. You don't understand my value because I know where there's another 2 million that you can save, but I ain't going to show you where it is until you pay me what I'm worth. So, value. So, I'm hopeful that folks will honestly understand and believe and have a happy new year and take the cards that I pulled today, the beaver card. We got to work together. The turkey card, it's the giveaway. When we've got plenty, we share it with people. We spread it around. We give some of it away. We help other people. We, do this thing. We've got skunk, and we know these things by our reputation. And so skunks don't attack things, they'll eat small things, this, that, but I mean, they don't chase you down like they would, like a cougar would. But skunks are known by their reputation. You can smell them coming, right? So we need to be known by our reputation from our good deeds, not because we smell, right? So in this future year, we are going to be known by our good deeds, our honorable deeds, and we're going to work together with other people to achieve this. And with turkey so we're going to have abundance so that what we have we'll be able to share with others. Man, I'm liking this already, and then coming up to the end of the cards that I had was badger, and badger is about being aggressive in what you know and what you do. Don't sit on your butt and complain about it. Get up and go work in the garden. Get up and go work on this project. Be aggressive in that, and honor will come to you, you know. And so it's like, and then there's a bat, which means rebirth. And we're at the beginning of a new year. It is a rebirth if we think about it, and if we make it that way. The other day I was thinking, 24 is just out of here. Take a deep breath. And I know it's all symbolic and all that, but, we have, turned the corner as far as the winter solstice. The earth has made that change, and it is essentially moving into spring and summer already because we've made that turn during the winter. And, so we can take a deep breath. We can, because these are physical things that are actually happening. So we take a deep breath. We're a part of these changes that are happening. Very subtle, but if you take them as I can feel the change a coming. I can feel a goodness. And I can feel if we do this right. And if I feel that I have hope in my heart and a willingness to, plow forward this year and to be positive with people. And instead of being a grumpy old shit, I'm going to, I'm going to be like Turkey. I'm going to be at the giveaway. I'm going to give away in that I'm going to be helpful to people. I'm going to be nice when they want to be rude to me. I'm going to be kind to make sure that they understand what this new paradigm shift is. I'm going to allow people the time to get it. What do you mean, Hawkeye? There's a lot of people out there that are seeing what's going on, but they're not going to get it. They're not going to get it, you know. And so they can hear it, they can listen to it, they can pay attention, but a lot of them ain't going to get it. It's going to take them some time for them to process the new information. Trump's not Hitler. Oh my God. You know, and Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk, I seriously doubt are arguing between them. You know, they might have a discussion. And this thing about, because both of them are immigrants, you know, and it's like, I'm sorry, but I was an engineer. And I will make this little comment about engineers because I trained some engineers that graduated from a rambling wreck from Georgia Tech in Atlanta. They were interns at Prestolite, and I was their boss, okay? Because I took care of all the tooling and all the drawings and everything, and I supervised them. I mean, and we all had a boss, but I was their, commander in chief. So, anyway, this one gentleman, very nice young man, quick as hell, good with drawings and things, but he was too fast. He missed dimensions because he didn't understand what certain dimensions were more important than others. He would leave dimensions out because he would say, well, all they have to do if they want to know where this hole goes is just subtract it in half. No, you need to give them a dimension where you want that damn hole to go, not leave it up to the machinist to figure out where he's going to put it. No, 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 no. Things don't line up. And so, but anyway, he graduates from Georgia Tech with honors because he's so damn smart. About a month later, he calls me up from his new job that he's like making 85 grand a year, starting off right, big company. And he goes, Dave, they want me to um, show, to drill and tap a hole in some metal. And I was like, yeah, what? And he said, they never offered a quarter of machine shop. He said, I don't know how you tap a hole. What do you do? Now, this was in 2004, okay? This guy, $85,000 a year starting pay with Benny's, big company, graduated with honors as an engineer from Georgia Tech, and he did not know the procedure of how to drill a hole and tap it. He did not know how to notate it on a drawing. He didn't know what size drill bit to use. He didn't know how to describe it. And he was like flustered. He goes, he said, I've got 3 different types of bolt sizes. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And I was like, did you buy a machinist handbook? I said, you got them online. You can look this stuff up. I said, just look for, drill and tap for, a 1/4 inch hole, quarter 20. That's different than a fine thread. If you want this, is it in millimeters or is it in inches? So he was like, I don't know. But this guy, $85,000 a year, and I'm like making 25. Okay, a graduate from Georgia Tech, don't know how to drill and tap a hole. I learned that working in a garage as an apprentice to a guy who worked on um, um, down in Tampa. Worked as he was a mechanic for imported cars. Showed me what the chart was, showed me how the thing, you got to drill this hole here and you got to tap it and you got to do, you know, and then I worked for another machine, company, and, you had to drill and tap holes and had to do the, so, but here's an engineer, let's see, that was 74, 84, 94, 2000, 30 years later, okay, from my introduction to drilling and tapping holes. 30 years later, an engineer from Georgia Tech graduates and doesn't know how to drill and tap a hole. Now, so for Vivek Ramaswamy and for the argument with Elon Musk, they're talking about bringing in engineers, qualified engineers on visas and things to work in the United States, and everybody's bitching about it. I'm here to tell you, our engineers who are graduating suck balls. They don't know what they're doing. And these companies need engineers to know how to drill and tap a freaking hole. Because I know personally someone that I worked with for 4 years who graduated with honors from Georgia Tech calls me on the phone and says, "Walk me through this, will you please?" And that was 15 years ago, 20 years ago now. And there are folks in the engineering field who are going, these guys ain't qualified. They're graduating from Georgia Tech, and these guys aren't qualified to be engineers. But the people from India, who I have met several from India, Pakistan, there was a Pakistani engineer. These guys were smart as hell and knew what they were talking about and could go in and drill a hole, tap it, do these things because they learned in their country, because it's a third world country, how to build shit. And they learned how to drill and tap stuff. And then they went to school to learn about engineering and they became smart. And it's like, but oh, if we get this smart guy from India to come in, well, that's again, that makes everything look bad with our, immigration laws. No, we want that some bitch from India who's smart as hell, who knows how to drill and tap holes. The guys that are coming out of Georgia Tech, I can vouch for you and tell you they're not getting the training. They do not have the information to be an engineer, even though they're graduating with honors. These guys, my buddy, I love him, man. I loved working with him, but he didn't have a clue what he was doing. Well, why should I put these holes here? Well, because you want to space them out. Well, why should I have a spacing? Well, because, if you put them too close together, it's just going to be redundant. But you got to make sure that they're certain, how long is this piece? 4 inches. Well, divide it in quarters. So, you know, 4 inches, so 1 inch in, 1 inch in, and one in the middle, so you drill 3 holes, and you tap them out. That's how you bolt it together. Well, why would you do it like that? Won't two do? Well, look what you're holding up. I mean, these folks. Well, why do you do it that way? Because you know, one bolt ain't going to do it. And it's 4 inches long, and you're holding up a lot of weight. You should put 3 bolts in, and you should do this. And why? Well, oh. And these guys are graduates of Georgia Tech. So now it is the fault of Georgia Tech. But the standards of engineers and what the quote qualifications are, the standards within the engineering field has dropped, okay? Because the quality of engineers has dropped. So, sort of about the DEI business, right? Well, you got to give him because he graduated at the top of his class. That's true. He has, creds. He's book smart as hell, but he can't drill a hole and tap it. And he doesn't, which means he doesn't know how to design something, nor does he know how to market, notate it. Oh my God. So the argument I am for Ramaswamy and and the argument with Elon that absolutely we need engineers. If we're going to bring back manufacturing and stuff like they all want to do, and I'm all for them, we need engineers, which means we need to get them from other countries because we don't have it. I've seen it. I have trained these guys. I trained a guy from Mercer along with Alex, um, and um, and I can't remember the girl's name, but she was smarter than Alex and was willing to go into the machine shop and drill and tap a hole. By the way, but you know, she was basically a materials engineer. Processes and things. Um, where things were located and ergonomics and that kind of thing. She wasn't a mechanical engineer, but she knew more than Alex did with some mechanical things. But anyway, and she was a girl, But so the schools aren't teaching it. Alex, even though I begged him to go in the machine shop and tinker around, that we would make time, create time. I would give him training. There's machinists back there from the maintenance department that would be willing to work with him on some of these things. And I say for free, it'd be during working hours. So, the maintenance guys getting paid for teaching a a student. So, but when you hear this argument about how they're against each other and how this and they're against the MAGA and because they're going against, the this whatever the law was about the 41B or something anyway, for immigration. If we don't have enough we can have people all day long. But if they ain't freaking qualified, well, we got a bunch of people here. Well, are any of you all plumbers? Well, there's 50 people here. Raise your hand. Are any of you plumbers? No. Do any of you know about plumbing? Have any of you ever, cleaned a drain? Have any of you ever, unstopped a clog? Have any of you ever, worked on a septic tank? And nobody raises their hand, right? So you go, well, I got 50 people here, but not one of them is even partially qualified. So what do I do? So there's a guy over here that goes, hey, senor, me and my brother, we work in, in Mexico. We know about, sewer lines. We work for, so okay, I'm going to hire you guys. You know how to do this. You have dug up somebody's yard before. pulled up the old pipe and put new pipe and gravel down. You've done that, yeah. Si, senor. So who you going to hire? 50 people who don't know nothing to one guy that has done this before, him and his brother. So you hire them both. Are they plumbers? No, but they've done that part before. So now what? Well, we're hiring immigrants. Well, some bitch, we're hiring immigrants. We got 50 people over here, and not one of them knows how to do this job. But these two guys from Mexico, I guess, know how to do the job. So I don't turn them away. I go ahead and hire them. Now, the one guy says, Senor, you pay me $7 an hour. I work for you. And he was going to offer him 12. So he looks in his wallet and goes, if I pay him $7 an hour, that's how much he wants. That means that, I got $4 extra per hour I can keep. Well, that sounds good. So that's what you do. One of these other guys, you're going to have to pay $15, but none of them knew how to do it. These guys over here, I work for $7 an hour. Okay, hired. And you know how to do it. Yeah. That is what's happening. Okay. How do I know? Because my carpentry job was taken away because of that. I've worked as a plumber. I've worked in Thomasville. I've worked around. There are a lot of Mexicans here. And some of them have started their own jobs. They're, have bought houses. They're, a good part of the community. And, they're not living off of Social Security or nothing. They're working people in the community. Welcome, you know? So you've got a manufacturing place. A lot of the old engineers like me have retired. A lot of us baby boomers who knew a lot about engineering are leaving the workforce. And so the engineers who are coming up now are too freaking stupid to drill a hole and tap it out to put a bolt in. I know firsthand. And it's a shame. So when you hear them arguing about that, the argument is true. We do not, even the ones who are graduated, I'm telling you, are not qualified. Georgia Tech, this has been 15 years ago now. Georgia Tech did not require that a graduating engineer take 1/4 in machine shop. It is no longer mandatory for a graduate to spend any time in a machine shop. Period. That's just wrong. Because I've worked for manufacturers and they need engineers who know that kind of stuff, who know how to fix things, who know how to, upgrade things, how to just build a damn machine to begin with. And so these companies need engineers who know how to do this stuff, and they don't. So I'm all for Vivek and Elon and their complaint that there aren't enough engineers. They're right. And I have worked with engineers from not Venezuela, but one of the Ganges down there, on the east coast of South America. Went to school as an engineer, knew how to work in the machine shop, extremely smart, very articulate, And, they hired him. And because he was, this was from a Canadian company, by the way, but he was hired. And because he was on a special program as an immigrant legally, the government was paying like 10% of his salary as an incentive for the company to hire him. So he was hired at a baseline down here, but they were able to pay him 5% more, and they kept the other 5% instead of giving him the whole 10%, which was cheating. But but he had a job, and he was making more money than some of the other companies in that same area up there in Toronto. So it's like he was happy. He was good with it, and I've got a good health plan. And so and he was from South America, Ghana. Smart people from good universities. But we've got smart people from good universities in America who are not qualified, who are just damn not qualified. So it's the honest to God's truth. I hate to say it, I hate to agree with them, but I have to agree with them because I've worked with three different students from two different schools in the state of Georgia, two universities. So one of them is Georgia Tech, the other was Mercer, which is a good school, but this guy, the guy from Mercer was too egotistical. Well, I know what I'm talking about. No, you don't. Yes, I do. I've seen a video. I know of that. And then you go work on the project and go, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. What dumbass. I told you. But he had a thing that, oh, he could figure it out, but you don't have time. You need to come over here and let me give you some instruction. And then you can learn as you are instructed to build it or tear it apart or whatever. Now he worked for 2, maybe 3 hours a day entering documents into the mainframe. Okay. And so it's a regular 8-hour day. So 2, 3 hours, at least 5 hours of the day. So he's sitting at a desk that is ergonomic in all ways. So your wrists don't hurt, and you can just work, and big screens and monitors and everything. And that was 25 years ago. It was difficult to get a big screen. So them CRTs were this thick, and but anyway, they're not like the what we got now. So anyway, comfortable chairs, comfortable setup. It was ergonomics was very important, and entering data, um, air conditioned office. The other 5 hours he had to work on the floor. He had to go out and see where machines were. He had to take a drawing and go out onto the floor and make sure that what the drawing said. He had to go out and verify that this machine was a PB 1020. Okay. And the machine next to it is a PB 1021. And the machine next to that one is a PB 1022. So you had to verify that those machines were there and that they were in the positions they were in, and that they were take a tape measure and so many feet from this certain point. That's all he had to do. 2 hours in, of 5 hours left, right? He comes in and plops down in his chair. Man, I don't see how they stand it out there. I'm tuckered out. Now he's a sort of a Gen Zer, right? And he's like, I'm tuckered out. And I'm like, you've only been out there 2 hours. You know, they're the people on the floor are out there 8 hours a day. You spent 3 hours in here on the computer, which is your job. You spend 2 hours out on the floor and you're tuckered out. Yeah, I'm just not used to it. Then he wants to get online and check something, and I'm like, how many of these machines did you check on your thing? Well, I got half of them done. Well, you got 3 hours left, bub. Get back out on the floor. So argue with me, like, blah blah. Hey Mary, how you doing? And Happy New Year to you, and favored to all y'all. Oh, who I missed somebody. Oh, Lucky. I said hi to you, didn't I, Lucky? Yeah, I did. But anyway, so this kid was tuckered out, and he's only worked 5 hours, you know, and most of it was like sitting down, right, and walking out on the plant floor, But anyway, so he said, "Well, I got half of them done." Well, if it took you 2 hours to get half of them done, then you got 5 hours left. You can go get the other half done and still have an hour left. And then you can come in and sit down and fudge off and play your computer game or whatever. Sounds like a deal to me. Instead of 8 hours, you're only going to have to work 7. And most of them are still sitting down. And it's like, and you're bitching, you know. Well, I've been standing on my feet. I've been out there on the floor. I've been out there. He was from Mercer. Graduated at the top of his class now, not top, but, he was in the A group. And he still couldn't drill a hole. He still couldn't do a lot of things. And he was, 5 hours of work was too difficult for him. Sitting down. I was like, man, you all ain't never, cropped tobacco, have you? You all ain't never worked on a tobacco, putting tobacco in a tobacco barn. Y'all ain't never, y'all ain't never really worked, have you? you know, um, and here you are at this nice cushy job, and you're making good money as an intern, by the way, and um, you think 5 hours of work is too tough. Well, over in Europe, they work 30-hour weeks, and they take off, and once a month for a week and go on vacations and all this. And they've been moved to Europe. Sorry, that's not what we got here in the States. That's not how it works here. Why? Because you're working for a company right now as an intern. If you looked around and paid any attention, you would see how this shit works. But he didn't look around, did not pay attention. It's the 20. I got one right here. He didn't pay attention. He wasn't paying attention. And he missed all the stuff that was important. Like how the system works. You got to watch out what this guy says. You got to listen to her over here because she's got information. And if you want to know how to do a certain procedure, you need to listen to her. And instead, you got your earphones in and are just fucking around and playing a video game during work hours, but take them out and listen to her. Well, I don't know. And what she got to do with it? You are a dumbass. So you learn by listening, you learn by working with others, you learn by volunteer. Hey, you need some help with that over there, and then you learn something. Instead of, well, I worked for 5 hours, I'm good, attitude. So you get somebody from overseas, you get somebody from another country, you get somebody that's graduated as an engineer who's got experience. And yeah, they're willing to work for a little less, but they're actually worth more money because they've worked. They have worked. They've worked in a third world country. They know what it's like to compete for a job. They know what it's like to work, you piece of, you. He was a mama's boy kind of thing, got anything he wanted, this kid from Mercer. I did not like him. And I tried. I tried. He kept telling me I was stupid. And at the end of it all, he was like, man, I sure did learn a lot from you. I appreciate you helping me out. And I was like, dude, you still got a lot to learn. You got to open your ears and you got to listen. You know, you have to pay attention to stuff you don't think is important. Right now, it might not be. But you overhear of a conversation of somebody working on a program, and it might not be your program, but next month, whoever you're working with, they want to implement a program that's very similar or the same as you were overhearing, a month before. So and you go, what y'all talking about? Y'all talking about this new system, huh? And it's going to do what? And it's going to do that? Yeah, but well, as you guys are working on it, you mind if I look over your shoulder? No, go ahead, Dave. Okay. So then a month later, they want to implement that same thing into your department. So now you have the knowledge of how to set it up where they didn't. They had to figure out how to set it up. Now, because I looked over their shoulder and paid attention, I now know at least the basics, and my setup time is 1/3 the time that it took them to set up their thing. Is that important? Hell yeah, it makes you look efficient. Your boss man comes out and says, "You're done with that already?" And you go, "That's right, boss." And they go, "Well, hey man, good job. And it doesn't make the other guy look stupid, but it makes you look very efficient. Observation, right? So and a lot of times it's perspective too. But um, so with this new year coming up, I say we all have a good perspective of what's coming up. We need to understand that these folks who want to say that folks are, they want immigration. Sure, we want good engineers. I'm telling you, we do. We got enough nurses and folks, but we do not have enough engineers. We do not have enough of these other skilled workers, you know. Um, but anyway, so there's a lot of things that you can teach, but engineering, especially um, mechanical engineering, it is a talent. You have to learn it. You have to learn physics. You have to learn these different things, right? Strength and stress of materials and where load bearings are on different types of metals. And, how thick should a piece of steel be? Is a 1/4 inch enough, or do you need to go to 3/8? Or 5/16 enough? I mean, just what do you know? So, and from a lot of it is from experience, and you say, well, I want this thing really strong, and if I make it out of this size, this thickness, the cost is only going to go up like a measly 2%, but the strength is going to increase by 20%. So what are you going to do? So you show the cost effectiveness, if you know how to do this stuff, you show the cost effectiveness of this extra thickness of this metal will cost, 2% more in the overall cost of metal. but you're going to get this significant increase in strength. And they'll go, sold, do it, you know, and it makes you look good. Whereas if you try to skimp and say, well, we can get by with this 1/4 inch steel over here. Well, it ain't really thick enough. You need to bump it up a little bit. It's a gusset that goes over here in the corner, but that 1/4 inch just ain't enough. That's kind of flimsy, you know. So, but how do you know what's right? So these engineers that are graduating don't know this stuff. They don't know how to find the information. So, for example, if I was working on a certain machine and I didn't know what size of something to use, what I did was I looked at machines that were similar and I looked for parts that were similar. And I'd go, oh, well, that's, about that's that thick right there. That's about a 1/4 inch, and what it's doing. I think we can get by with 1/4 inch. No problem. Because there's no stress in that area. It's just to strengthen up a corner. Okay. Now this one over here, it needs to be a little thicker because there's a motor sitting on top of it. So okay, now that one needs to be thicker. But if you make them all the same, there's no motor sitting on that corner. It's adequate. But there's a big ass, heavy ass 200-pound motor sitting on that corner. You need something bigger, right? But if you don't know any better, you make all the brackets the same thickness, too thin. And then when the corner breaks down and the motor falls off and hits somebody on the foot or something, and you go, well, and somebody comes up and goes, dumbass, that bracket should have been thicker. Well, I thought it'd be okay. It was good on the other 3 corners. Dumbass, you don't know enough. So pay attention to things. So these new engineers, they don't know that kind of stuff. They don't know how to write down what there are certain markings and things that you use, designations that you use in drafting for welding symbols. And these guys have never worked on a drafting board, which I did on, as a draftsman. You actually drew it with a pencil and ink and did, so you learn what these welding symbols are. So, and with computer drafting, they still have some of these symbols, and sometimes you have to make some of the symbols because you need a certain type of rod with a certain thing, and it's a certain going to be a fillet, it's going to be a whatever. And so, but these guys don't. Well, I got to put a weld there. Do you know what size bead? Do you know how tall and wide and what kind of rod to use? Well, no. But you're an engineer. You're supposed to know that. And if you don't know it, there are tables and graphs that will tell you what size rod to use. They will tell you the symbols to use to put down in your drawing. So when the welder gets it, he's going to go, oh, there's a thing on the one side and blah, blah, blah. Okie doke, I know what this is. And he's off and running. But the engineers don't know how to notate it. They don't know what size weld. They have not worked in a shop. They don't know. And these young punks don't know how to find the information. If you don't know what to use, find a piece of machinery with something that looks similar and use that. Well, that looks like about a 1/2 inch weld. Well, maybe instead of a 1/4 inch weld on what you were going to do, maybe you need to do like that piece right there and give it a 1/2 inch weld. Oh, well, you're just going to make it that much stronger and blah, 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 blah. And, so rather than make something flimsy and, well, I don't know what it is, but, 1/4 inch ought to work, use what you, so, but anyway, that's being able to utilize your brain to figure out what do I do? find something that's already built and working, and do, I say copy it, do similar. Well, that's got a 1/4 inch weld. That's got a 1/2 inch weld. Well, that one, learn from what other folks have done. They don't know how to do that, and that's a shame. So not only are they not teaching them correct engineering practices, okay, because they won't turn them loose in the machine shop, they're not giving them any practical training, which is important. Um, where was I headed with that? They give them no practical training. Um, or nor do they give them any training in critical practical thinking. In other words, for me, there was a guy in the shop who'd go, I'm working on a thing. We need a brazen. He'd go, let's go over to the scrap pile over here. And he'd go through some stuff and he'd pick up the triangle piece, a corner that had been cut off. And so he's looking at it and he goes, I don't know. And he fits it in there and goes, what do you think? Well, let's see what else we got in here. And he'd go through the scrap pile again. He'd find something. He'd go, oh, look at this one. Oh, this piece fits even better. So how long is it? So he'd take a measurement, and write it down in a little scrapbook kind of thing, that this is what size he used and how long on either side. And he'd tack weld it in and do what he had to do. And next thing you know, so he's building this thing because from experience, he has used certain pieces and he goes to the scrap pile rather than going to the regular pile and cutting out a brand new piece of something. He goes and finds a piece of scrap and utilizes it. Practical thinking, right? Critical thinking. I can use this piece over here and it's going to be big enough because I physically got it in my hand and I see that it is. So, versus, well, I don't know, what size should I use? What does the paper say? Nah, he goes over and gets a piece and goes, I need this piece right here. So then it becomes the drawing, okay? But if you're working on a project and you're kind of winging it with things, as engineers are apt to do, you need to be able to go over to the scrap pile, honestly, and take out a piece and go, well, I think this will work. Or, I think I can. Yeah, you need to be able to see it with your mind's eye, in what's in the scrap pile that you could utilize for what you need. That it might not fit perfectly. So you go over to the bandsaw and you cut off a piece and you make it right. Or then you go over here and you take it to the grinder and you shave a little off, or you do whatever it is, right? But that's a practical thinking. They're not teaching that. They're not saying, hey, there's a bunch of scrap over here. I want you to, as part of one of your classes, I want you to take this thing here and take some of that scrap and re-engineer this. I want show me what you can do from the scrap pile. And they don't do things like that. In machine shop, we was taught, there's some stuff over there. You need to practice drilling holes and tapping them. Well, while you're doing that, I want you to build a little box, or I want you to build a little something and drill and tap these things together. And then show me how you can bolt them together. Not just drill and tap a hole, but drill and tap a hole that will attach something else to it. Show me how you can do something practical. So in that you go, oh, well, there's this piece of metal here, and I'm going to put a piece of metal over the top of it, and I need to bolt it down here. So what size do I need? How thick is the metal? How close to the end do I need? And so use a little bit of engineering, use a little this, that, and the other thing. You go over and you drill them out, and you know you have to drill these out. Then you have to drill these out down here in this piece and tap them out so when you can bolt them together. So, but do you learn that? No. Now you can look at it on a drawing, but it doesn't mean, hey, Lady Spitfire, what you doing? Yeah, 3 hours, and I'm like, I'm starting to get tired now, but I'm glad you showed up. Happy New Year. But so these engineers that they're graduating now don't know how to do what I just illustrated. You know, take two pieces of metal, drill them right, and so that you can bolt them in. So a simple task. Just that's all I want you to do. Doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be square. Nothing. Just take this piece and this piece. This piece, I want you to attach to this piece. You know, don't want you to weld it. I want you to drill and tap it. You know, I want you to bolt it together because I want to be able to take it apart. Okay. All right. So you do this thing, but so the engineers, the three engineers that I knew, from two from Georgia Tech and one from Mercer, could not do that simple task. Okay. So, and that was 20 years ago. I do not think that Georgia Tech has upped their shop time with their engineers. And I don't think anybody um, updated their program. Now, here's something interesting because I was given a questionnaire after as he was graduating. So how did Mr. Smith do as because you're the immediate supervisor, right, Mr. Gnome? Yes. So how did he do? Could he do this task? Yes. Could he do that task? Yes. So but here's the thing, they didn't ask the right questions. And they didn't leave a spot to where I could wiggle in some of these. Why, how come, what were your faults? Like there's no time in the shop. Well, why is that important? Well, he tried to fix this thing over here and he didn't know what he was doing. So therefore, he has not had enough shop time, you know. Well, because he's working for you, then you should provide that shop time. Well, and I'm trying to provide him that shop time, but he's tired after 5 hours, and finds a place to go sit down and screw off for 3 hours a day. You know, I can't get him to work a full day. He's here for 8 hours a day. He came in on time and stays till the buzzer, but he'll hide for 3 hours every day. Easy. He's good at it. So he's efficient when he's working, but he could accomplish twice as much if he applied himself. So he's a graduating engineer from Mercer who doesn't know how to do these simple tasks. Same thing with Alex. I love Alex, a great guy. He could do AutoCAD, blah, 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 blah. He was fast with, data entry, but could not drill and tap a hole, did not know about certain basics. And I tried my level best to teach him. But when he called me on the phone that day I think he was working for General Electric or something, and he was like, Dave, you got to explain to me how to drill and tap a hole and how should I note it? You're making $80,000 a year and you're calling me. Well, you know, I should have listened to you more, says he. Yeah, you should have. But he called me several times from his new job at his new salary. And I, you know, can't fault him. And I love the guy. He was in his 20s, and he was serious about his schoolwork. He was serious about working. He did work a full 8 hours and would, stay a little late if necessary. But so he was a good guy all around, but still did not know certain basics. So I said back then, the questions that were asked at the end of the the time for these interns, they didn't ask the right questions. Did they show up on time? Yeah. Did they, were they there, every day of the week? Did they, yeah. Didn't ask if they worked 8 hours, or what their product, how was their production level. It's kind of hard when you're working as an engineer and working with drawings. So how productive were they? Well, did they, he worked at a computer and he did his assigned tasks. Yeah, okay. Did he do them promptly? Sort of, you know. Did you have to goad him all the time? Did you have to kick him in the bottom of his chair to get his shit done? Well, they don't ask that question. So the feedback to the universities was not appropriate, because like I was like, they don't give you shop time. They don't have a machine shop at Georgia Tech. Are you freaking serious? We got a machine shop here. Come on, let's go. Well, I got to work on this right. And then they all wished that they had listened to me. And my thing is, and they all took offense to it. It's like, well, why are you trying to make me learn this, Dave? And I was like, because you need to learn it. It's going to benefit you in the future. It don't benefit me none, right? I go home tomorrow and never come back to this place and never see you all again. But the knowledge that I can, impart to you is like you're going to be able to carry that wherever you go and whatever job you do from here on out. Pay up and pay attention. And I said it very nicely and everything, but the guy from Mercer was like, well, I don't know. And he'd get real offset. And I was like, listen, and I was like, I am your supervisor and you're supposed to listen to me. And if you would take them earphones out of your head, you could, well, I can hear you through these, but you're listening to it and you're not paying attention to me. Sorry. So later on, he go, well, what was that you was talking about? I said, see, you had your earphones in, dumbass. So, arrogant youngins who, because they have the internet, they know everything. But when it comes down to the fact that there's a machine that needs to do this, it needs to screw a cap on a bottle in a bottling operation. The machine has to load the cap, come down, find the top of the bottle, and screw it on in the amount of time that it's going around this rotary table, and then get up out of the way, pick up another cap, and be ready for the next bottle in the series. So, simple bottling technique. Milk jugs, all kinds of stuff that have a cap on them. Guess what? Have a very similar, the cap comes down, finds the top, rotates, screws it on, and pulls up out of the way, right? Goes to the next one. And the bottles usually go around in a 3-point circle kind of thing, and then goes on down the conveyor belt. So very similar things. But this guy is, so he's got to go work on that, or he's got to make a change to the design. He's got to understand what the design is now. And here's the thing: what's changing is the size of the bottle is going to change. It's going to be a bigger bottle. It's going to have a wide mouth instead of a regular size. So then the apparatus that takes the caps are going to be bigger. So everything has to be bigger on the machine to accommodate these things. But the center line has to be the same, where the comes down from the top over the center of the bottle. So you have to move this over because the bottle is going to be bigger. So you got to move this side over here a little bit. You got to adjust this. You got to make sure that this is aligned, and you got to make sure everything's wider. You got to make sure the jaws are. All these things have to be changed. So if you don't know how it works to begin with, then the plant manager comes up and says, "I want you to convert that machine right there to these wide mouths." And you go, okay. So what do you want me to do, boss? And he looks at you and says, "I want you to change out that machine to utilize big mouth, wide mouth bottle caps and bottles. So where do you want me to start?" says the engineer. And the plant manager looks at the engineer and says, "That's why I hired you. Where do you start? What should you do? I hired you as an engineer. I want you to change out that machine to use the big bottle caps. And I need drawings and propositions. This is Monday. I need some stuff by the end of the week, because I need to be able to present this as a proposal, and we need to get this thing in action. And so then you go, oh shit. So then what do? You go over to the machine and go, oh man, what am I going to do? And how are those caps going to fit? Do we have any caps? Do I have a bottle? Can I, take and set this thing up and look at, do I have any drawings of the machine currently? Have we done this before? Do we have drawings of something we did in the past? Do we, and so then for me, I would go looking in the scrap bin and go, I wonder what we could use for this. Here's an old set of jaws that we can, fool with, and we can get a prototype going by the end of the day, because we have these things. Now, it doesn't mean that we can make the thing run. We can have a prototype. We can show that we need to do this. We need to clamp it this way. We can do a prototype. Some bitch, we can get this done in a half a day. And then by the end of the week, we might actually have this thing retrofitted and running, not just have drawings. Now, that'd be good, wouldn't it? Now to the guy who's never done anything like that, goes, where's the drawing? He mopes around. He takes a couple of dimensions. He thinks about it. And then he gets out and he starts, I got to have drawings before this thing. I got to have this. And now it's Tuesday. And now I've taken pictures of this thing, and I've looked at this, and I got some samples of the bottle, and I've just, so, but by the end of 3 days, he doesn't have anything but a couple of drawings, right? And a supposition as to how he's going to do it. Well, we need to open that hole up so the bigger caps can go through. Okay, well, duh. They're bigger caps. The hole's got to be bigger. Well, we need to open those jaws up. We might have to redesign those jaws to hold the bigger cap. Well, duh, they're bigger caps. So everything that, I had an engineer that I worked with that was a similar condition. And he went through these steps, and his boss came up to me because I worked for 3 different divisions and said, David, he said it's taken him 3 days and he don't have anything. He said, have you looked at what he's supposed to do? And I said, yeah. He goes, what are your thoughts? And I said, my thoughts are he's a dumbass. And I said, then I explained, well, boss, if you tried this and opened up that and, replaced this with that for temporary to show that what we need is true, and we can draw up and get the, parts made and, but we can show how we can do it, etc. Because we got big guys coming in from corporate and they want to see if we can change this machine out, and okay, so, but 3 days later, working on Thursday now, and I got this little idea. My boss says, go ahead and do it off to the side. And then when you come in tomorrow, we'll go over there and you can show me how it goes together. Okay. So I go over there and he's standing at the machine, and his boss, my boss, he says, here, just get out of the way. Dave's got this idea. I want to see if it'll work. So he's like, what? Now, this ain't my project. So I take what I've seen, and I take my little bit of tool, and I take my little adjustment thing, and I put it together. And 15 minutes later, I say, okay, let's turn the machine on. And 15 minutes later, we can turn the machine on and show as a sample, because that's all he wanted was a sample to show that we could crunch these things and we could do this thing, and that it would actually, be able to. And so the other guy was like, well, I got some drawings and I got some. And I was like, yeah, but your drawings ain't doing any good because we need to show, we needed samples, and your drawings don't give us samples. And his boss was like, I told you I needed samples, not drawings. We can make the drawings anytime. I need samples to send off because they had to do pull tests. So anyway, so I made the other engineer look like a dumbass, but he made himself look like a dumbass. So the engineers that I've worked around go about things in just, a lot of them are just in such an unorganized way. So the ones that have a little common sense, they're still a dumbass. I've worked with at least 2 dozen engineers, at least 2 dozen engineers in my lifetime. Probably more. I'm just, but 2 dozen, because there was 8 of them over at Prestolite, so that's more than a half a dozen. Um, plus the engineers that came in and worked with us, plus the Ford engineers, and some of them were really dumbass. It's amazing that the engines last as long as they do. I got 300,000 miles on my Ford engine, and I love it. But God Almighty, to see some of them engineers, you go, "Are you sure these guys built that thing?" you know. But anyway, so but the thing about Vivek and Elon, I don't think they're arguing. I think the argument is how to present this thing about allowing qualified people into the United States through whatever program that was, and how picking up migrants and shipping them off, but we allow these other people to come in. Yeah, that's because they're fucking smart, you know? And we need smart people you know, and Vivek and Elon are picking on people. They're being, racist, and they're being, no, we need smart people. We need smart engineers. We don't need this DEI stuff that's coming out of our schools. I have worked as an engineer all my life. These folks are dumbasses. They would not work for my engineering firm. I would not hire them, especially for what they were paying Alex when they hired him, for what he didn't know. He was smart on a computer. He was straight A student in math. Couldn't put a screw in a piece of metal for nothing. But anyway, so I take a person with practical knowledge any day of the week. I would take a welder who's got 10 years experience and make him an engineer. Why? Because he's worked with different thicknesses. He's worked with drawings. He's built things from scratch as a welder. He got parts and put them together and manufactured whatever was on that drawing. He built it with his own two hands in a welding machine, you know? And so, but this engineer over here who stood over in the background in the shop and went, yeah, I watched him weld it together, versus the guy that actually welded it together. So you say, who do I want as an engineer? A guy with 10 years experience working in a shop. Hell yeah. Come on over. Yeah, well, he's from Bangladesh, or he's from Thailand, or he's from India, or he's from, but he's had, I have worked I worked in a machine shop where I've ever worked before. I can work for you. Okay, come on over. So it's like, oh, now you want immigration because he's smart, he's practical, he has experience. Yeah, come on. Oh, we're going to make him an American. He's going to stay here long enough. He's going to be an American. Yeah, but why can't we give American jobs? Because they're a bunch of dumbasses. They can go out and do lawn work, but they cannot be engineers. Those 50 Mexicans that are standing on the corner, those 50 whoever they are standing on the corner, men, women, races, whatever, those 50 people that need a job, who's qualified? Who's qualified? I got to have qualified people. I have to have people that when I tell them to go out and retrofit a machine, they have the knowledge to go out and retrofit a machine. I could do it, but I'm the manager. I got other stuff to do. But I hired this guy to go, transform that machine, retrofit. Can you do it or not? Yes or no? And the engineer walks out there and goes, man, I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to begin. Now, I would say that, and I'd say, I don't know where I begin, but I'm gonna start by, looking at this section right here, and let's see how this goes together, and how many parts are there, and what do we need to modify to accommodate this? Can we use any parts off of this and open them up and retrofit them to, or do we have to build new parts? Or so I'd be looking the thing over. But the guy that's never had any practical experience is, where are the drawings? Now that's all practical. That's all really good. Where are the drawings? We need drawings too. But that, where are the drawings? Where's the this? But let me look at the machine. I need to be practical. Well, how's this? And this is going to be, and I need to open this up. And, okay, now I need the drawings. I need to see what we're working with here. So, but the first guy, he's scared to go over to the machine because he don't know what to do. He looks at it and goes, he has to go to the drawings first because of no practical experience. So there's nothing wrong with that per se, but it shows that this guy with the drawings has got to pour over the drawings before he even goes out there and looks at the machine. Where me, I'd go look at the machine first and then look at the drawings so I could tell what it is. Oh, that piece in the front, that's piece right there. Oh, if I look at the drawing and go, that thing right there, and it's not clear. I look at it first and then look at the drawing. I got a better picture. So right off the bat, this person doesn't have the experience because they don't know how to do it in the correct order. No fault of their own, they weren't taught correctly. They're graduates from, Georgia Tech. I listened to a lady the other day on something they were discussing this, and she goes, "Well, we have graduates from MIT." And I was thinking, I knew somebody that had a graduate that was a graduate from MIT, and they was dumb as hell. They hadn't had any practical experience either, but they were a graduate from MIT. Alex was a graduate from Georgia Tech, supposedly the most prestigious engineering school all around. And he couldn't drill a hole, So anyway, that's enough of that. Um, it's 4 o'clock. I can't wait till 4:20 as much as I would like to, but I'm going to do this 20 with you before I go. But anyway, so as much as I've been bitching and complaining, we just need to train these people, and we need people who are willing to be trained, you know. And somebody needs to go up to some of these schools and go, and who accredits these schools? You need to send some machinists up there and go, these professors need to be fired because they're not teaching. Well, they taught what's in this book. Yeah, but you ain't teaching them how to be engineers. You need an old piece of shit machine out back that you tell them, go fix that. Well, where are the drawings? Don't have any. But your job as an engineer is to fix that machine. We need drawings, so you're going to measure them. I had a job one time. That's all they wanted me to do was measure this machine and make drawings. That's all they wanted me to do. Measure it and draw it. And after I measured it and drew and I had drawings in, I gave him some of the drawings to the manager, and he was like, "Well, this ain't right." And I was like, "What do you mean it ain't right?" "Well, this thing ain't that long and this ain't like this." And I was like, I took him out in the shop and I said, "Your guys have changed your drawings. That's why you wanted me to redraw this and measure it. But, that cylinder is not 3 inches ID. It's actually 3 1/16 because they needed clearance." What? Yeah, then it's been that way. They built a bunch of machines that's the dimension they're using. There's 6 of them out there, and they're all built the same way. And so the manager freaks out. It can't be. It's got to be 3 inches. That's the nominal thing. He said I drew it wrong. I didn't know how to measure it correctly. That's what he told me. And I said, stick it in your rear. Pissed me off bad. But because of those skills, they sent me to Canada twice or three times to measure a machine and make drawings. And they trusted me so much that they, you know, put me on a plane and took me to Toronto and all that kind of thing. So we went three times, didn't we? Anyway, so my dear friends, I've been bitching for the last 2.5 hours. Um, you know, when my brain gets into a certain plane of existence, um, then with all the experience that I've had in working with different companies and different engineers, and so all this experience and non-experience is running through my brain. The engineers that I've met who are really smart, you know, the welders who were welders but should have been engineers, you know, and they actually did engineer what they made. And the manager would go, but you can't make it that way. But boss man, I've made 50 of these this last month. We haven't had any complaints. We have to change the drawing, boss man. You know. So then they shrug their shoulders and go, I can't believe we're doing blah, blah. Anyway. So, but the oddities over the years, the different projects that I've worked on, when you're in a machine shop working for some companies, you never know from one day to the next what they want you to build. So they bring you some drawings and they tell you what the plan is, and the main engineer will overlook something and go, look, he'll point and say, look, I need you to build, there are 5 pieces in this little thing, and I want you to build this piece and that piece there. And Tommy's going to build this one and this one, and I'm going to build this one down here. It's this little box. He wants to build it. Okay. But all of these parts have to fit together. So I'm going to build 2 of them. Tommy's going to build 2 of them, and he's going to build one. We all have separate drawings, but we don't have an assembly drawing. So our parts we're building separately, but as we build them, we have to make sure that the holes Tommy's drilling are going to fit where I'm putting them. And we found out that the drawings were wrong. So if I had drilled and tapped the holes where it said, the bolts would have been off by that much. There wouldn't have been anything there. So we had to change the drawings, but we had to work as engineers. But the engineer was like, well, those drawings are right. They'll fit together. Just build them the way the print calls for. So we did. Even though we warned him, so we did. And when they wouldn't fit together, he went, oh, shit. We wasted 3 whole days on this. And Tommy and I went, we told you. But we're just lowly machinists. We don't know what we're talking about. But we talked between us, and we knew that the holes weren't going to work. We warned you. We told you. You said, make it like the print calls for. So you fudged up. Not us. You. It's exactly as the print calls for, but they won't bolt up. Who's at fault? So, but anyway, and it was the engineer's fault because we warned them, you know. But it happens. This happens all the time in machine shops and in places and fabrication shops and stuff. The guy comes out and says, "I want this. Do it like this," and they do it like that, and it don't fit together, and they bitch. And then when they find out that the drawings are wrong, when they find out that somebody didn't follow through, when they find out that the welders and the machinist were correct when they told you it's not going to fit together. The big engineers with the big time pay who are making 200 grand a year, who have, you know, PhDs hanging on the wall, that, you know, PhDs are just pile it higher and deeper. So they get the big bucks and don't know a fudge what they're doing because they've never built anything themselves, have never done it hands on. So we need more hands on. We want manufacturing to come back in. We got to have people that know how to manufacture. We got to and women can apply. You know, back in the day, I worked with an engineer. She was a very good engineer, and Lynn Boehner, and she died of multiple sclerosis. Wait, no, it starts with an M. But anyway, um, multiple sclerosis. She ended up in a wheelchair, and then she couldn't even do that, and then she finally got to where she was bedridden and MS. Yeah, multiple. Yeah, she died of MS, and a few years younger than me, kind of thing. So not very old. And I knew her husband and her, um, and a nice couple, nice family, and she was smart as a whip. And so at first I was like, man, women engineers, you know, who is this Lynn Boehner chick? And we had a little bit of tussle at first, and you know, and then I figured out she figured out she could trust me when I said, Lynn, look at this ain't gonna work. She didn't go, well, of course it's going, you know. When she learned it, I really knew what I didn't know necessarily how to fix it, but I knew that something wasn't right, you know. And sometimes it was obvious, just fix this dimension, or we'll fix this drawing and everything will be groovy. But once we learned that, and she learned that I could help her more than hinder her, we worked together on many a project, and she was very smart. It's a shame, you know, the world lost a good engineer. Um, so I'm all for women being engineers, you know. And when a woman wants to work on a car, or pull an engine, or do a something, or you know, go get your hands dirty to learn how to do something, I'm all for it, you know, because I've worked with several women engineers. So, but anyway, so we can do this, and several good women mechanics also. So it doesn't have to be a man thing, you know. It has to be a people thing. Who wants to volunteer to learn how to do this stuff? But at the same time, we got to have professors and teachers to teach them the right stuff. So, but right now we are not qualified, and that's the truth. So that's the end of my. No, I'm going to take them here. I'm going to when I have not taken them yet tonight. Um, but so anyway, I'm done complaining, and it's just agreeing with Ramaswamy and Elon and Donald Trump. Actually, you know, I'm agreeing with them. You know, we need to allow smart people to come in on whatever visas they need. Um, and in the meantime, the 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 engineers who are certified need to go back to school and to be recertified. And somehow that industry's got to change because it has gotten lax. Computers have made it easier. You can put this together and that, but you still got to have machinists. They still have to build it. It's, you know, parts still have to be put into a lathe or a grinder or whatever. They still have to be loaded. Things still have to be done that have to be handled by mankind. Robots ain't doing them yet. Okay. You got to be able to put this piece of metal in here, then you close the door, and then you hit the buttons, and then the robot can take over. But then when it's done, it goes beep. Then you take the part out, you inspect it, and then you put another blank in there, You close the door and it makes the part. Okay, that's automatic. But you still need the person to load it. You still need a person to check what was made. Just because it was made by a machine and it's supposed to be correct doesn't mean that the machine didn't mess up. The tool came loose and moved just slightly. So now, as you check it, you find out that one of your dimensions is off, like big time. And this piece that you thought was done is now a piece of scrap, unless you can put it back in the machine, tighten down the tool, and run it over again. But you got to have the knowledge to be able to see it, to recognize it, to be able to check the machine, to make sure that what's in the machine is working. So you still need a mechanic, you still need a good machinist, you still need engineers, and we don't have enough. So anyway, that's my that's my that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So anyway, um, you can use my name in vain, and you could, if you get into an argument with, about the Elon and them and talking about the bringing in engineers and stuff, you can say, well, I know an engineer that, with over 40 years experience, actually 50 years experience, actually. um, and he says the same thing. We don't have enough engineers, and the engineers we do have are too stupid, and we need qualified. And but who's qualifying the engineers? They all pass the written test, but the written test ain't worth nothing. So, but anyway, I love you all. It's Happy New Year. I am hopeful for the future. I am hopeful that, like them talking about, we need to bring in smart people and engineers, that it will shake up the industry. I'm hoping there's some more engineers and manufacturing people that will stand up and go, they're right. We don't have it. The engineers aren't qualified. They don't know what they're doing. Um, they're book smart, but they're not practically smart. And we need practical people to fix some of these issues, in order for us to bring back manufacturing and for this shit to work. Folks need to go back to school, but they need to make sure that they're being taught correctly. So anyway, I'll start an online school for dumbasses who want to learn about some things, But anyway, Chloe, I'm fixing to take my meds. I got a cup of coffee here I haven't drank out of yet. And guess what? I yacked enough to make it to 420, 423. So share with me if you got them. See, I can bitch about this thing about machinists and engineers and stuff because I have been and was and kind of still am a machinist. I still build stuff. I'm still an engineer. I still design things like my stuff on the back of the boat, kind of. So I'm still doing it, I'm still working with prototypes. And the thing is that it's not that I'm pissed off. I am, in the respect that the people who are getting the education think that they've gotten a good education. They absolutely believe, because they've passed all the paper tests, that they absolutely believe that they are qualified engineers. And it's just like, man, guys, some of this stuff up here that is good to know, but the chances of you using this information up here, you need to learn how to drill a damn hole. you know There's information, chemical stuff, and compounds, and what materials and what kinds of steels and what kind of. That's all good, but there's that kind of stuff's in a book. You can look it up. You know, the metal companies will give you a free book of all the different metals that they make, their properties, and what the this is. So they try to teach you something about the metals, and just get a book from the metal company and read through it. And if you need something, you go, wow, this A2 looks like this is what I need because it says so in the thing. What tool steels are used for most of these projects. So, these guys that engineered these things, and they were going by this chart. But the thing is that, you know, what the tool steel was okay, but they hardened it too hard. So the pieces were breaking because they thought they had to have it real as hard as possible for it to stay sharp, but it kept breaking. So I came in and just knocked it down and said, don't harden these things that much. And they quit breaking, you know. So, but, they were going like $300 per machine per shift. So there's 3, 6, 9, 12. There was 12, at least $1,500 worth of tooling in one shift in this one area per day. And I cut it down to once a month. So, but anyway, there are solutions, but we have to teach people. And the people that have gotten degrees have to realize from some of us old timers, you don't really know what the fudge you're talking about. Shut up and listen to us really good old machinist old timers. Let us show you some tricks. Let us explain some things to you. And so, but in manufacturing, all along in manufacturing, there are people, because I've worked in it, there are folks who are faking it. They have degrees. They've worked for a company for 5 years because the company's so big it can't follow right behind these guys. And because they're engineers, it's assumed they know what the fudge you're talking about. So they get by faking it. And then after 5 years, things start piling up and things are coming back on them, and they quit and they go to work for another company. And then somebody comes in and goes and picks up where they left off and went, did you know this? And did you know that? And how come this? And they spent $100,000 on tooling for this thing, and it's sitting over here on the floor and has never been installed in a machine. He just wanted to see if they could build prototypes. And they did. It was a design he didn't want to use, so it's just sitting on the floor. $100,000 worth of machines sitting on the floor. So he wasn't hired anymore. And I was able to retrofit 2 of those. But anyway, I know I sound like I'm bragging, but here's the thing. I'm absolutely am grateful that God granted me the ability to look at things with some common sense and be able to go, well, duh, it's too hard. Well, why is that tool steel breaking? Well, because it's too hard, it's too brittle. But well, that was an easy fix, but I had to argue with engineers because they felt that a tool steel needed to be this particular hardness. And I went to my boss and said, look, boss, can we make a few of these at this hardness? and, tried them out, worked great, you know. So it was like, I proved that the guy was a dumbass, which is, it's, don't argue with me. Let's just try it and see. And if we make them and they're not as hard and they keep cutting and they don't break, then we win. Rather than, is this the hill you want to die on? Meaning, you're going to stand here and defend with a sword that, these things need to be this hard, and don't argue with me because I'm the engineer. Okay. So I went to his boss and presented the case, and next thing you know, we fixed the problem. And he had mud all over his face. So it wasn't so much that I was trying to show him up, but because I wanted to try something different because I had a hunch, um, and it worked, that now he looked stupid on his own. But now, from his point of view, I was trying to take him out. That wasn't it at all. I was trying to work with him. And why are you arguing with me when, you spent $100,000 on tooling on the floor, when all I'm asking about doing is like spending $100 on a couple of these pieces at this lower, rate, and check them out and try them and see how they work. And you're opposed to that, which is what happened. So, but people will cop an attitude because they don't want to admit that maybe they are wrong, but he wanted to prove that he was the engineer and stuck with his answer rather than saying, well, maybe it is too hard. Simple. Not that he made a mistake, but maybe it is too hard. Yeah, let's try a couple of them, that aren't so hard. Let's try it out. Okay. Rather than make himself like, But my point about this story is that there were several people at Prestolite who were like that. Their egos were damaged. And I would try to show them, like, listen, I'm not here to show you up. I've been blessed with being able to see certain things that work a certain way or don't work a certain way, or, and I bring it up. It's, you're the beneficiary of my knowledge. you know, if my 10 cents worth helps save you money and time and effort, then take my advice. You're going to be it's going to make your department look good. I don't get nothing out of this. I get to keep my job another week, but, come on, cut it out. So some of them never got over that animosity. And in the business of engineers and people, there is a lot of ego. I'm the best engineer. I'm the one that designed this. I'm the one that, and then if it's supposed to be a group effort, there's always the manager. There's the hero of the group. He's the senior engineer. And all these lower muckety mucks go about it. And the senior engineer talks on the phone to managers, tells them what the progress is. He gets reports from each one of the engineers and in the deal, and then he gets a collective, by a chair of somebody in the group, and he's presented to it. And but all this time, he's looking over somebody's shoulder, but he's basically back at his desk doing politics. So, but at the end of it all, when the part is made or the thing is done, the manager is the one that gets the kudos. Well, and he did. He checked in with all his engineers. He, corrected a problem or two. He solved, an issue came up, and, and he worked with a couple of the engineers and solved the issue, resolved the issue. And so it's like, good night, Lucky. Thanks for hanging out. I know I'm just yakking on and on. But the thing is that, you know, uh, when I brought up a solution, it was like it was a fix. Everybody won. The folks working on the machine didn't have to work on it only half as much. You know, the downtime was half as much. The scrap was almost gone. I mean, everything improved for everybody. Did Dave help fix it? Yeah. But I just got to keep my job another week. So I didn't get a raise. I didn't get anything else. But my end goal was to teach the operators how to look for defects as they were coming, how to listen to the machine, and if they heard a little clickety clack, they should stop the machine and look because something's come loose. I mean, I was trying to teach them things that were, just good things all the way around, like how to listen to your machine, how to pay attention to it. Good night, Lucky. Good morning. And I'm filling up this 20 just for the hell of it. I'm fixing to leave y'all. I got to take my meds. But anyway, there are ways to fix it. We need to train some people. Folks need to go back to a good trade school. And hopefully, we've got some old timers who will become teachers and and impart some of um their knowledge on me, because I was taught by old um tool and die makers, man. you know I was taught by some sure enough machinists from the old days when they didn't have no CNC. If they would needed to make something round, you had to use one of them rotary tables and certain tools and stuff. It was really difficult. Now they put it in a CNC and it makes it, but not in the old days. So I learned from some of the old dudes. And I think that some of these new machinists and even though it's a CNC machine, they still need to learn how to do it the old way. What happens if you need to make something and the CNC don't CNC? It won't indicate correctly. It won't input whatever information you're trying to tell it, and it won't do it. And I have worked as a consultant for one or two trips, at least one. They wanted to know about these certain CNC lathes. And it's like, why, how come this? And it kept jamming and blah blah blah. And and there was an issue with the billets, the aluminum billets that they were using, the blanks. And oh, it can't be that, it can't be that, can't be that. Again, I measured, and then I went to the machine and measured. And if you take and grind off a little bit on these billets before you put them in, well, that's an extra process. Yeah, but you got the operator sitting there, standing there doing nothing for 5 minutes. He could take a file and file off the edge of these things so they would fit in there better. And it's like, well, it can't be that. Well, then I had to, show them there's a separation where the came out of the mold, and you had to file off that little separation part with a file, and then it worked okay. Dumbasses. So for 2025, I am going to continue to pray each and every day for each and every one of you, that you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And we got a big job ahead of us. We got to talk to our friends and neighbors, and we got to be nice to them, you know? We can't be pointing the finger and shouting at them and that kind of thing, because we do have to work together. We can get this thing to work, you know? And if you want to say the whole MAGA thing, okay. But I mean, just in general, because the pressure has been taken off and people have the ability to talk with one another now, and we can talk freely about things, and we can, have discussions, and we can see changes in the, the hopefully that are coming. And so be hopeful, you know, that will be helpful. And for each of us, we stay positive. We can make changes. We can make a difference. We made it out of 2024 with assassination attempts and things that changed the timeline. We are in basically uncharted territory. This territory we're in now has been in a hypothetical standpoint. So everything that Trump has talked about, the things that RFK and all these other people, you know, um, all of it has been theory, hypothetical. And now the hypothetical is being put into practical. Okay. So, in machinist terms, all right, they have been discussing what the machine looks like, what they would like the machine to look like, and how the machine they would like for it to operate. Some would like it to operate over here, but they still want it to operate with the same goal. uh, you know, Engineers argue all the time about, well, should it be over here on the left or should it be over here on the right? And sometimes it doesn't matter. It's just a choice. So some people are like, well, I like it on the right better. Why? Don't know. The other guy's like, but the left is going to go in the machine a little better. But neither one of them worry. But anyway, um, so what's coming up is that the fine tuning is, do you want the part on the right or the left, or and so, but the argument and politics wise is going to be played by what's left of the mainstream media, because they want to continue to have tension and chaos in the narrative. That's their job. And so as it slowly dismantles itself, we need to continue pointing out that Rachel Maddow's a dumbass. That she shouldn't be paid $500,000. Somebody should pay her, a $500,000 to leave. Get out, get off the air, go start your own podcast so we can not listen to you. You know, um, but so telling the truth is going to be important. Relaying the truth to your friends. There are going to be people who are going to argue, no, that can't be true, but it is. Sorry, but it is. Well, Trump never said that. Yes, he did. He's agreed. Well, how come this and they're being they're racist? No, they're not. They want to kick people out and then they want to let other people in. Yeah, because those people have murdered and raped, and these people are engineers and are smart people that who can work on the, guess what, the rocket program. Guess what, can help build computer chips. Guess what, can help. We need them people. So I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. and that we as a collective, as Beaver pointed out right from the start tonight in the cards, that we need to work together to build the dam. We need to work together because the dam ain't just a dam; it holds back water, and the water in the lake or the pond is what's so important. And beavers provide that in areas, and it becomes wetlands. It grows different plants, different animals and critters and stuff grow there and live there. It's all good, and it is about the beaver. And of course, without the beaver dam, there wouldn't be a pond. So there are positive things, but it takes all the beavers together to build the pond, to gather materials, and to put it together. The pond is a machine. It has a function. And the beavers are the engineers and the machinists. We, my friends, are the beavers in this case. And we need to continue building and working with each other so that the pond that is built after the dam is up, we're all going to get to go swimming. So I love you all. Be safe. Have a great rest of the week. Happy New Year to all y'all. And I will see you soon. Be safe, my friends.